got to get set up here. I realized I don't have everything plugged in, so we'll plug in some stuff. Let's plug some stuff. And woohoo, buddy boy. I think I'm gonna go back to that. I hear noise. Weird. I don't know what's going on. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna plug some stuff. What's that so short? Didn't know. There we go. I don't know what's going on. Hey guys, what's up? What are y'all up to? Friday night. I'm just chilling here. I'm messing around my synth and gonna just probably repatch it and hang out. What are y'all up to? So I've got all these sounds loaded. I got a little childish last night, and I uploaded all these weird sounds. So let me see. Sorry, I'm being 5. But I have some other ones I gotta get going. Let me see. Oh. Come on. Baby. There we go. Hasta la vista, baby. But you can do goofy stuff with it. Hey, what's up? Brillo, Kelly, Mitsuki. What are you up to? That's fake.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back.
Sorry. I uploaded a bunch of Arnold and a bunch of and some other noises.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I don't know why the volume's real low. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. Let's see what's going on.
Hasta la vista, baby.
It's a little quiet.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Hasta la vista, baby.
Let's okay up on it.
Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie. Get to the chopper!
Oh, that one's erased for some reason.
I'll be back.
Ooh, that one's really loud. Okay. So the funny thing is it's granular. So like what I'll do is I'll sequence it and it won't sound anything like any of that. And I was messing around. Gosh, that's loud.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I figured I need a little soundboard or something. Yeah. Okay, I got one more to load in. Let's clear this one. Okay, exit. We have them saved here.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it. Get to the chopper! Hello, cutie pie. It's not a tumor.
There we go. That's that one. Okay.
It's not a tumor.
All right, that's gonna be my soundboard, I think. But I can add.
It's not a tumor.
Can I add a little delay to it, which is fun.
It's not a tumor.
So,
hello, cutie pie.
let's see the feedback up.
Hasta la vista, baby. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back.
Oh me, what are you up to? I'm up here sipping some coffee. I think I'm gonna repatch this thing. I've got I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. I got ideas, but yeah, this guy though, I had it. Let me see if I can get it a trig. How'd it go to? That goes out of here. Goes into there. Here. Yeah, let's plug this up. I had this drum going the other night and it was just epic. Let's see. So I like that, so I think I'm gonna keep that. My favorite color? Well, let's see. Favorite color is I don't know. It's usually I'm an artist, so like I've painted and drawn so much that I go through phases. I'm like, oh, I really like red. Oh, I really like green. I really like this shade of blue. So kind of I like earth tones, and then a little hint of like a medium blue. That's yeah. This week's been weird for me. So frozen microwave, you in here? Yeah. But I I slept in today, so I'm a little behind. These little gadgets. I have all these little gadgets in here, and it's like, yeah. You been here long before microwave? You heard my soundboard?
Hasta la vista, baby. Take your toy back to the comet. Take it back! Get to the chopper! Hello, cutie pie. It's not a tumor.
I'll be back.
It's my soundboard. So, if I get any crap tonight, you know what I'll. But yeah, I think I'm gonna patch all this stuff. I'm gonna. I had a really good jam the other night. Going on this. I got this light right, and so I kind of got it recorded, got it finished up. I'm like, I'll unpatch and redo it. But you up to anything today? Man, this week y'all have I don't know where anyone's at, but it was like I worked outside this week and it was the coldest I'd ever worked outside in. And I worked outside every day and it was like I think I streamed one night, but I didn't. I mean, like my body was so beat down, it was unreal. I mean, it was amazing how beat down it was. So I think we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something with the wave folder, and we're gonna do something with the comparator. So I don't know what yet, but I'm gonna get crack-a-lacking on unpatching, and then I'm gonna repatch. But I'm gonna leave this plugged in, whatever's going on over here. Anything anybody wants to chat about? I did okay. So yeah, I had to wear. So like, okay. So I start getting frustrated in the winter when it gets real cold, because when I have to work outside, it takes me like 7 minutes to put on all my gear. So it's like you got 2 pairs of wool socks, you've got long johns, you've got an undershirt, you've got a shirt, you've got a long sleeve shirt, you've got a jacket, scarf, wool gloves, headgear, jacket. I mean, it feels like it takes forever to. No, you're good. No, don't be sorry. Yeah, it just took it's like so much gear on, and then like you wear it all day, and then the cold like cuts through you because of the wind. And I mean, I have some wind gear, but it cuts through you like all day, and it feels like you get home at night and you like take all your gear off, and it's like I still feel like I'm walking around with like a 40-pound bodysuit on or something. It's just like and then you're like, I have no energy to do anything. So, but anyways, yeah, it's gonna snow here tomorrow. It's gonna snow anywhere. You guys gonna get any snow? Actually, it's gonna snow here in a few hours. It's supposed to snow all day, which is unusual. Realize I'm in the South. It's unusual, but anyways, let's get cracking. Come on. Oh, I got this turned on. My mic turned on. Ice, yeah. Beta? What does that mean? Yeah, nah, sorta, kinda. I call this the funny room. What's up, Sammy? So like, I don't know if you know, this is an old poorly designed house. I'm doing well, Sammy. How are you doing? So I call this the funny room. As you can see, it gets the roofline intersection in it, and so they built it out real weird. It's got these like weird faux beams on it, and then it's got like, I'll show you over here. It's got like weird faux wood paneling all over the walls. It's super goofy. So this is the room that is not it's not an attic. It's got carpet. And it's got heating in there. So, and it's got drywall. It's just it's got a whatever. Scott, you sound like a dick, so I'll probably stop talking to you. I'm glad the trolls have found me. You spam the chat, you get blocked. Yeah, it's cooler than an attic. It has a door and a closet and bookshelves and 3 desks. Mom's attic. All right. Have you ever punched a hole in the wall because you can't make the grass turn green in the game you were making? I punched a hole in the wall. Yeah, that's for sure. You don't have. Yeah. Oh me, what's going on, alien? You guys, we're gonna y'all are gonna distract me. I actually have people talking in here now. Usually it's fix that board. Anyways. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm turning that down. Y'all heard my soundboard? Some of y'all are late. Blue, 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 blue. Okay, we'll leave the clock in. Where's this plugged in? I gotta remember. Golly, dude. So much crap. We'll leave that plugged in. I like that. We'll leave that in there. This is going to there. That's fine. I think. I don't even know what's going on here. Okay, so that's got that. I'm a little confused, but we're gonna try and get unconfused here. Never mind. Never mind what? Garlic Nan? Did you ask a question? I don't know what AYO is, so you're going to have to. What? What's a? I don't know. I don't know what abbreviations stand for. My brain doesn't hold a lot of that crap, so I have a hard time. And I don't have a way to look anything up right at the moment. Also, I found my iPad, which is turned off. So, because I'm using my phone right now. What are you guys up to? Yeah. Oh, is it AO? Is Okay, I don't know. You love my ears. I look so young. Well, I'm not young. That's for sure. I'm not old, but I'm not young. That's for sure. It sounded pretty okay. AO. Okay. I'm thinking like AYO. Okay, AO. Yeah. I say heyo. I don't know. That's my when I like type like kind of weird, like being fun. I'm like heyo, what's going on? And my one of my family members has a bunch of weird little things they say, and they're like, I'm trying to think. They say you who, you who, it's things like that. But like odd things. Like you ever heard? So, um, is it common places to call a refrigerator not a fridge, but a refridge? Does anyone else say that? Um, Thank you. My blog. I wish I don't have a blog, but yeah. Okay. Yep. Canada. Ayo. Yeah. One of my best friends growing up was very Canadian, and I had to learn. It's like one of those things when you have to learn all the different uses of the word a. You say a. Like you literally all the intonation in your voice, like the devil does. Okay. Um, Streamer. I'm joking. I don't care. Say blog. I mean, yeah, it's a blog with pictures. I gotta get this light right. I don't know. Can't be in my face, but also, what are y'all up to? I'm getting distracted. That's what's happening here. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. I want to clock that. I want this to go here. Okay, that's doing something. Don't say sorry. Don't say sorry. I don't like it when people say sorry. What's up, Jacob? Thanks. I look like my father. Was your father 6'4"? Oh, I'm not 6'4" anymore. Has anyone shrunk? I've shrunk since I was about 27. I've shrank down a little bit. So I used to be 6'4", and I'm now like 6'3.25". But then I also one thing. So I think so. I don't know if anyone else has had this problem. So I gained a little bit of weight, but it wasn't a lot of weight. It was like maybe 7 pounds from eating protein shakes in the morning, and all my pants stopped fitting. So I lost the weight, and then my pants still didn't fit. So I had to figure. I think yeah, I'm over 35 for sure. I had to figure it. So I looked it up, and like apparently your hips can over time can spread out a little bit as you age, and then you can also shrink without having without it being like a problem, or like a health, it's not an issue. So, I don't know. Yeah, I started shrinking when I was maybe in my early 30s. Which is weird to say. I'd rather tie my sack onto a bow than deal with that mess of wires. What's a bow? Tie my sack into a bow. Then deal. Well, that sounds fun.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I made a little. Thanks. I know he does. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a fan of Jesus. Film director Mason. What films have you directed? So I've read like one thing. So this is a modular synth. If you don't know what this is, it's just a bunch of individual parts, and you put them together, and kind of make it make sense. It's weird. It's a niche thing, but one thing that you do is you read manuals, and you all the time, and you get kind of okay. Thanks. Yep. Wow. The thanks. I also don't think Jesus would have come into late night hangouts and told everyone to not, whatever. I don't know. Is Martin Scorsese in the sky? I know, right? If you put filmmaker in your title, you need to like what have you directed? Because I don't say artist extraordinaire. I just say nothing because I'm not trying to slam praying for you, Jesus. Okay. Thanks. Oh, buddy. Yeah, it's an instrument. So basically, it's like right now, all I have plugged in is a drum. I'm trying to keep, because I like how it sounds. I don't have it rhythmized or whatever, but you can hear. So this is just the raw drum right there. And then yeah, I have another module I run it through, and then you bring it in, and it square waves it, kind of. It's weird. It's called a comparator. It's fun. That's like one voice I have in here. Now I have other stuff going on, and I'm gonna work on repatching it. No, I'm not repairing it. I did repair. So I had, I don't know if you can see this. So this module right here, it had a capacitor to get and knocked off of it the other night. I don't know how. It didn't make it. They weren't soldered on very well to begin with, and so I did have to resolder some capacitors the other night, which was not easy because they were like, I mean, can you see? They were like this big, and I had to hold them with tweezers, and I had to solder them without flowing the solder across both the leads. Expired sushi. Well, here's to your sushi. Your sushi. The second richest man in the U.S. Well, I have a family that loves me, so I'd say yes, I am. The second richest man in the U.S. Well, this is just one thing. So like this is a bass. I'm saying like I have a bass drum, so I can make it sound like anything else. Like I can click load. I can go through all the whatever. Right now I just have it on the. It'll switch back over. Yeah, I have it on. I have it set on the bass drum. I'll patch something in just so you can hear it. Let's go with this. Goodness. Let's see if I can get this to reach. I'm not going to sequence this. I guess I can. So that's an idea of something you can do. So like how waves be square. So so this is, and then I can add this is. You hear how it gets kind of metallic-y? That's the comparator square in it. That's just that voice. So you know anything? If you know anything about electronics, you know like to generate a sound source electronically, you make a electronic wave move like in a specific way, and its voltage changing over time. I believe that is how you'd say it. And so it changes in different ways. So like a square wave is the voltage going and jumping in a square-like fashion. And then if you make it happen fast enough and then you put it through a speaker, essentially, you amplify it, then it makes a particular sound. So like here, let's do this. This is a square wave. This is really slow. Then you speed it up. Let's see. So that's a square wave. I do look a little bit like Jesus. I mean, if you look at the Shroud of Turin, you know what the Shroud of Turin is? It's pretty cool. It's like, Okay, so that's a square wave. And you can hear it. You get it real low. So that's a square wave. Okay, but if you want to hear, yeah, you said sinusoidal wave, so a sine wave, yeah. This is a sine wave. You hear how it doesn't have the harsh edges? It doesn't have the harsh, like, it's. Okay, and then we have triangle waves. This is a triangle wave. Thanks. I don't know. I don't do it to cover up my lack of chin either. Some people cover up their lack of chin with a beard. That's a triangle wave. And then we'll go with, this is a ramp wave. So ramp, sawtooth, I think. Sawtooths are the best. I hate to say it, but they're the best. Here's a good sawtooth right here. That's Ooh, that's some goodness right there. When you get high. I don't know. It's fun. It's a good bit of fun. Good bit of fun. I'm burning one right now. Hook me up with some chill. Here, this is for you. Burning one down. Here's another one. Go burn one down. I can't. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna keep going. Let's pull this out of here. I like this. This one. We'll slow it down. That's a good comment. Whatever your name is. Lots of letters I can't read. That's very funny. Thank you. I wish. I don't even know. Did anyone else like I was interested in politics for years. The last 6 months has just been like not interested whatsoever. Yeah, look at this format sounds. Finish with the coffee. This is tough. So this is a modular synth. I'm working on patching it, but a bunch of people jumped in and started talking, so we're having fun. So basically, you take all these different parts, and they do different things, you know, and you connect them all, and they make different aspects of whatever kind of synth you want to set up. So right now I have just I'm working on repatching some things, but right now I just have sort of things I like. So I have you could actually. It depends on what sequencer you're using. So I couldn't make this play that. But what I could do is program all the MIDI outputs on my computer to play the Ninth Symphony, and then I could patch it in through a device that would allow me to do a couple of different the mothership. Yeah, I like the alien references. One thing that everyone says every time I live stream is cut the red wire. What's up, Iceland? How's it going? Is it? Is it? It's early there, right? It's real early there, or is it real late? It's one of those. So I got this drum. Did you ever watch the movie Tenet? Um, there's lots of this style sounds in it, and it's a very common like square waving, like a drum sound. So this is just the drum sound. Yeah, but then you add in. You mix in a square wave too, and so like you can, I can sequence it differently, and you get like these real like just like they feel the bass, um, but yeah. Anyways, I better keep going before I hit a wall and get tired. Okay, pull these two out. Does anyone know? So I was watching streaming on another platform, let's say, and they play like copyrighted music on their streams, and it's like, how are they monetizing their streams? It's kind of insane to me. I'm like, what? What's going on? It's really bizarre because every time if I read lyrics from a song on YouTube, like if I sat here and I sang the lyrics from a song that I know, I would get a copyright like thing on my it's just really weird. And then like, but then I like go over to a certain platform and everyone is playing copyrighted music on their streams, and it's like, bro, I don't understand what's going on here. Like there's no even like they're changing it enough for its fair use. It's just they're straight up using it, and it's really weird. But I like this voice. This voice, the Sophia, it gives you like these format like vocal like. It gives you those vocal like sounds. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I can't figure it out because like there's like people that are making money like on streams where they're playing like, let's say, drums or something to a track. How do they affect the sound? So the cables have nothing to do with the sound. So imagine, I don't know if you know anything about like let's say rack gear. Do you know anything about rack gear in like a music setup? So basically, half the wires are just taking audio signals and transferring them to the next module. And so like it's basically like a left and a right, stereo out, in and outs. And so I chain them together. And so half the cables are just chaining audio signals. And then the other half or other bits are um, um, the other half are taking control voltages and modulating things. So like, let's say I want the volume to do a certain thing. I want it to go up and then I want it to come down every time a note's hit. So I have a gate out that's that it goes high on the voltage and it hits an envelope, and the envelope does this and it decays. And so then it controls the volume. So I have something modulating the volume, and you just get used to it. I mean, you just play around. You start small, so you don't start with a huge case. Like I have a I mean, this is a 184 HP case. It's kind of ridiculous, but you don't start with a huge case. So I started with this case right here, and about this many modules, and I just figured that out, and how it all worked together. And then once you do that, you say, okay, I made a coherent synth voice. So it has an oscillator, which makes the noise. It has an ADSR of some sort, so you can modulate the volume. Then you have maybe like a filter, and then some sort of effects. And you figure out how all that kind of works together. All right, Frozen Microwave. See you guys. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out again. Like always, you're always in here. Thanks, man. Or person. Yeah, so the colors don't mean anything. The colors are lengths. It's so that I can look. So I have like a rack that all the cables kind of set in right here. It's so I can look at the color and know how long it is. So I can say, okay, I need to go from here over to here. So I need a green cable or a pink cable or a blue cable or whatever. The colors are just lengths. So you can be like, okay, if I'm just chaining a lot of little things together, I use the purple cables because they're about, like yay long. So you made something you really like. Do you plug in the cables in the same way and replicate it? You do. Yeah, you figure out what works best together. But then also, I do a lot of I record. So I have everything goes into this guy. So this is a handy recorder. Basically, I can route all the audio from different sources into that, and then I can just when I have it how I like it, I can record it. So, and I can hook a keyboard up to this, and I could play a keyboard. I can play a keyboard through it. So if I came up with a little composition I wanted to put together with this doing maybe drums and a bass voice, I could then play a keyboard and then I just record that straight onto here. Or I can use this as an audio interface, plug it to my computer, and then record straight into that. There's a million different ways to do this. There's modules in here. There's modules that will record your audio, so you can just put your stereo ins and out, or stereo ends into it. So the secret of the cables, yeah. The cables, so I have the cheapest cables you can get. But bro, there's I can't even imagine. One thing I did is I found someone selling them used. So I found someone selling 150 cables for it was $75 or something. It was a huge box of them. But if I were to have bought all of those new, that would have been $300 worth of cables, which is odd, but I don't know. The cable thing is the weirdest thing, but the braided ones, I don't know. I'm not gonna get all. It's analog, also digital. Thanks for answering. Yeah. So some of it's analog. So I'll turn this up. So that's just straight analog oscillator. So I have a sequencer that's sequencing it, but this sound, that's straight up. That's just all analog right there. Now I can plug it through a digital effects or whatever. So I can, let's see, I can plug it into. I'm not gonna do that right now. I can plug into digital effects or whatever. So there's digital aspects to it. There's analog aspects to it. So but my two favorite voices are both analog. So the crew-in. So here's the crew-in. The crew-in and so my two favorite voices are both analog. I haven't found anything digital voice-wise. By that I mean what you're hearing right now. I can pitch this. I can take this and plug that in there. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So like you got to realize I read about like what's up, Scott Scout. Um, I like I was in college when I first started reading about this, and I had no idea what was going on. And so over the years, I just kept looking into it, and eventually I kind of figured out in my head because it's basically like imagine a hardware synth that's just the whole shebang. You just get to kind of rearrange the parts inside. So like there's wires you get to like move around, and so um, you have to kind of understand what each part does. And once you understand what each part does, then you can, you know, do this. And it's not as complicated as you think. If you can, I mean, like, you gotta think of like a car. Like a car, like if you can understand the parts of a car, there's like an engine and a drivetrain and a transmission and like all these different parts, but they kind of work together. And then people that work on cars, they figure out how to tweak things and modify stuff and like make it all work together better or different. This is not the same thing, but like it's still like it's not dissimilar. So, anyways, what are y'all up to on the Friday night? Y'all going to bed? I'm just chilling. Let's see, anything I didn't? Holy cables, yeah, cables. The trolls left, which is nice. The Jesus guys left. Fruity Loops, you want to distort a sound, you can use one of the, instead of doing an extension or something. Okay, so like, so basically, so like let's say you wanted to use a plugin on your computer to modify something. I can't do it with my audio interface, but you could technically have a mixer that you plug them into the, I believe you could plug it in the mixer. You could run it into, you know, FL Studio or Ableton or whatever, have it process the audio through one of, you know, the VSTs or plugins or whatever it is. And then I think you may be able to route it back out, and you'd probably be all USB. So you probably have to have like a specialized module or something, but I guarantee you someone's done it. Like it like if you get on like, so this week's has, is it NOM's going on? National something music, something or other. Like when you like see the scope of like all of the ridiculousness of effort people put into like making modules and things that just do like one specific thing that almost no one would think of or use. Like people like thoroughly are into this, like to a degree to where like they probably don't make money doing it. They just like doing it. Like, so you'll get a lot of weird. So like my favorite example, like I don't know, one of the guys that runs, the guy that runs Instruo, Jason, I think is his name. The dude is like, he's a musician. He does electronics. So he does the layout for all his modules. He designs all his modules. So like he designs all the graphics and layout and aesthetics and everything. And then he like does all the prototyping. So like I don't know how he has the circuit boards done exactly, but then like if they're not right, he goes in and then will circuit bend them to make them right, adjust the specs, and then do like a production run. So like he's like like people that are into this are into like yep, it's exactly like how a guitar pedal board works. It's almost so like I can take, they have pedal in out modules. So like IntelliGel has a pedal in out module you can plug into here, and then you can send to your guitar pedal and you can bring it back in to process it. So there are similarities for some of the effects and things. It's a little different for some of the modulation stuff. But a lot of the stuff does it under the hood. So like if you own a synth of any kind, and a lot of guitar, if you see anything that says LFO on it, low frequency oscillator, inside of a synth or a guitar pedal or whatever, that means there's some sort of oscillation going on that you're routing to a function. So like if you put a LFO to volume, you have something modulating that internally. You can't see it. So like here I can see it. So like I can say, oh, this guy, you can see these lights up. Well, you can see these lights blinking up here. Those are LFOs. And so I can take them out of here, and then I can route them anywhere in here and oscillate something. And yeah. But a lot of synths and guitar pedals and those things, they do all that under the hood, and you don't have access to like a patch point. You know, you can just do your thing. Man, I'm talking a lot. Can it shock you? No, it's only 12 volts. So if I licked it, it may. I'm scrolling for bed. I'm gonna go scroll. Thanks, man. Yeah, I just chill. I'm just making, I want to make good speed content. I feel like so much stuff is like fast paced and whatever and overstimulating. I just want to make chill stuff and, whatever. Hang out, enjoy chatting, not, flash on lights and craziness and whatever. We can sit and chill and have a good conversation. Thanks, Vile. Y'all have a good night. I know it's late. It's late some places, it's early other places. Yeah, I think so. I think genuine. Yeah, man. I think like genuineness, like people being themselves and not like acting or putting on a show or whatever and just hanging out is a good thing, especially like after COVID and stuff. I mean, bro, I wish I should have started live streaming then, because I got lonely, and I know a lot of people got lonely. Hello, liability. That's a fun name. Okay, I think I need to do something. Let's do this. Gotta make sure I don't have this up too loud. It's my soundboard. I have a little soundboard I made out of this module. Sydney, 35 degrees Celsius. You hot? It's 35 hot? I'm trying to think. Oh, I can convert it. It's like, bruh. Okay. Yeah, it's hot. Is it humid? Because, yeah, that's what, 95 degrees Fahrenheit? That's hot. 1642, so that would be, what, 4 in the afternoon? 95 degrees? Golly. Yeah. Yes, so I live in southeast United States, and the humidity, man, it freaking it adds like an extra layer of heat. It's like it takes 95 and makes it feel like 105. -3 in Wisconsin. Yeah, where I'm at, I'm trying to see. I don't know. It's supposed to snow here. Supposed to start snowing soon. Anyone else getting? See, I live in an area where this doesn't get a ton of snow, but
Hasta la vista, baby.
but we do Yeah, you don't get cold like us. Yeah. See, that's the thing. This summer, I think I worked out in probably, I think 105 was probably, I probably worked out in 105 this summer. Um, that may have been, and that was in the shade. Um, it was brutal. This summer, I felt like was super brutal. Um, but I don't know. Anyone else getting snow? We're supposed to get snow. I don't know what it is. It's only mid-30s here right now. But it's supposed to get cold tomorrow, I think. Yeah. I mean, I worked out in what? Yeah, um, I worked out in, it was 6 degrees, and I had to like, I'm doing some repair work on something, and I had to dig a hole, and the first 3 inches of like what I had to dig through were frozen solid. I was like, I'm rethinking all of my life decisions that brought me here. Now, it's not something I do every day. I don't dig holes every day, but I do woodworking stuff sometimes, and what I had to repair was buried in the ground, and it was absolutely no fun. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, people always mention Stranger Things. I do think I have to. It's like one of those things. It's a blessing and a curse when it comes to like people in the synths, because I think this is in C minor too. So I think it's in C minor. This is in C minor as well, I believe. I don't know. It's probably not in C minor. It's a minor. It's a minor. But yeah, Stranger Things is like, it's a very specific. So it's like triangle waves, phase displaced, a little bit of like reverb on it. It's a real simple thing. I don't have a keyboard hooked up, or else I would give it an attempt. But yeah, it is very like, what this is. This voice. This is the intro crewing. It's very much like let me shift something around. I'll slow this down a little bit. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. I do. People mention Stranger Things. They mention Cut the Red Wire a lot. Say Cut the Red Wire. And then what else? Oh, Contacting the Mothership. Common comment. And then I don't know. There's probably some other ones, but I'm not remembering at the moment. So we got this thing going on. That's so weird. I don't know. What's going on, guys? What's up, charging block? Yeah, I don't. Too many people. No, I mean, I mentioned it. I mentioned it to someone the other day. So like, I can't remember. It was a musician maybe, and they looked at me like eyes glazed over, like what? I tried to describe it to them like what it was, and they were like, what? Like, I just slap at the bass, or whatever it is they do. This musician. But yeah, modular is really niche. But it's fun. So like anyone watching, if you want to try out modular and see what a ridiculous endeavor it is, download VCV Rack, which is free software, which imitates a lot of modular stuff. So all mutable instruments, all Instruo, a couple of companies, all their stuff's on there, and it software mimics a modular setup like this. So like this company right here, Instruo, Jason has all his stuff on there, which is incredible. I mean, like he puts so much freaking work into that stuff. He has all of it on there for free. You can like try out if you were ever interested, and then you can use it as a plugin on any recording software or whatever you have, which is pretty amazing. I mean, the idea that it's all free and it's just like people that are really into it that have done all that stuff. Like, it's like, I don't know if I'm into something so much that I would do it like for free, essentially. But they have a vision. Alright. Come on.
I'll be back.
All right, I gotta run out real quick.
I'll be back.
What's up? Sorry. Little one's not wanting to sleep in the middle of the night. Oh, it's not middle of the night, but. Huh? God's speed? Huh? 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 This is a modular synth. Huh? And I've been talking so much, I haven't done much with it. What are you doing? What's going on? What are you up to? Can you do something like Pink Floyd's On the Run? Oh, is that the one where it goes? Is that it? Is that the one? You're gonna have to tell me, because I can do something like that actually. That's not quite it. Let me try this. Blah, 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 blah. Let's try this one. We have to switch it. I don't know. Be awful. I don't know where those extra harmonics are coming from. I guess it's coming from the keyboards. I'll have to practice it. There's some good videos on. Is it one of the YouTubers that I don't know interviews people? He interviewed David. Is it David? Yeah, David Gilmour. And he has a video where he shows you. I think on the Moog Model D, maybe he shows you how he came up with the sound. It's pretty. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, cause like, so like, you gotta realize like, back in my day when I was a kid, and I didn't have, we didn't have iPods and internet and all that stuff. Like, the first time I ever heard Pink Floyd was from a vinyl record I picked up at Goodwill. So like, you have 14-year-old me listening to Dark Side of the Moon for the first time on my dad's, record player, and it's like, and I'd never heard anything like that. I mean, I'd never heard anything remotely close to that before. Like, we listened to like oldies on the radio, so my dad listened to like Beach Boys and the Temptations and all that stuff on the radio. And so like I remember hearing it's like I started playing guitar. I pulled out can you play a kickflip? I can't play a kickflip, but I can do a kickflip on a skateboard. Yeah. We used to. So like I remember we did the thing when we did the. Me and two of my buddies. They were like I remember them bringing. What's it called? Oh, buddy, what's it called? The one that the movie you play. With Dark Side of the Moon, what is it? It's not Through the Looking Glass. That's Alice in Wonderland. Wizard of Oz. A buddy of mine, what's up? Eva Bull, you're gonna ask me to play the guitar. I know you are. Yeah, he brought over Wizard of Oz, and I had an old he had a CD, so we had a little CD player. But I remember us like getting it synced up just right and staying up late watching it. We weren't doing anything. We weren't doing drugs or anything, but it was fun because for the first I don't know, I'd say the first 30 minutes, maybe not 30 minutes, maybe the first because it couldn't have been done because you would have had to flip the vinyl over. So the first 15 or 20 minutes is syncs up real weird. This is a modular synth. Okay. So, well, I don't know. It's probably early where you're at. So, yeah. No, I'll you come back in and I will play guitar. I kind of got my guitar set up. I think I'm gonna figure it out where I can get it sound a little better. So, it's kind of guitars have such a weird dynamic range. Just sending them through desktop speakers doesn't really work. But I do I like playing guitar a lot. We were talking earlier about Pink Floyd and whatever and all this stuff. I remember the first time I heard my dad had Led Zeppelin 4 on vinyl, and I was like 13, I was learning to play guitar, so I was like, let me go through all my dad's vinyl. And I remember putting on Led Zeppelin 4, and I think I sat there and listened to the entire album start to finish and didn't move. I'd never heard anything like that. It was just like, bro. So just bought a guitar on Reverb today. I bought an Alvarez Grateful Dead 50th anniversary Skull and Roses. I'll show you I have a, you mean to show you my Alvarez? I have an Alvarez. Here it is. Here's my Alvarez. It's a really good guitar. I mean, it's made in China, but this is like the highest version you can get before you get to Yari or whatever they're called. The other version. It's hard to see. This is a MD90C. I got it when I was 18, but it's a beautiful guitar. A buddy of mine had Alvarez, and I'm gonna start writing again. Actually, I sat down. I have like 6 or 7 kind of tunes that I play. So I was like, I need to sit down and just write them out, come up with lyrics, have something I can just sit and play. I haven't played any Washburns. I'm not really feeling. It's late. I had a wall. I can't play guitar after like. I can't play guitar after like 11:30 at night. It's like everything just goes out the window in terms of hoping to get my inspired by Gibson Les Paul and Marshall and Paul. Yeah, sorry it's in a pawn shop. I have a family member who the few times removed that owns a pawn shop. Man, you wouldn't believe the number of guitars that they're like hey, like they'll like play the guitars while they're at the shop because they know they know the people aren't gonna get them back. It's terrible. But I love my Alvarez. It's a good one. Yeah, I learned I don't know. So when I was a kid, I took lessons, I don't know, for about 8 months from a guy in town. But then he moved away, and I learned a lot by myself. And then, there's a guy online that did YouTube videos. His name is Justin Guitar. He's kind of like does accessible things guitar wise, and all his YouTube videos used to be free. He may have paywalled everything now, but back in the day he had stuff, and so I bought a couple of his like online or his like PDF resources and used those to learn a good bit. And so, like, learning to use the cage system, learning to play arpeggios, learning scales, and then how to like do some fidgeting around with shifting. I don't know. Guitar is weird. I don't know a lot about music, but I know enough to have fun.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Whatever. The jams, yeah, I don't. It's funny. I find a lot of it on the jam side. Like, I find a lot of inspiration from watching people play bass, because I feel like people that play bass, they have a better understanding of dynamics, because they are limited by their instrument, because it has less strings. They can't play chords in the same way. And so I feel like jam wise, watching people play bass and learning like bass riffs actually can help guitarists a lot. I don't know. That's just me. What am I doing? They're weirdos. That's funny. I don't know, like, I've been watching people play bass recently, and I'm like, they tap into something that like is way different than the guitar vibe, like jam band guitar vibe, but they may be weirdos. Yeah. I'm not saying they're not weirdos. In a good way, okay. Well, I'll turn this down. So, like, one thing that I thought was interesting, do y'all know anything about? I started listening to old Soundgarden stuff recently, and I kind of went down the rabbit hole of reading and listening to stuff about Soundgarden and Chris Cornell, and I didn't realize he originally was the drummer, and he was like so particular about the drums that he didn't want to sing and play guitar. But that's why they could do weird stuff, because he knew how to play like weird time signatures and things. And so that's why some of their stuff has just a really good vibe, because as a drummer he knew how to write and do things in odd time signatures, and to make things hit in a different way than than a standard guitarist. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's good. I could think about. Yeah, I don't know. I never played with a really good bass player. I had a friend in college that was sort of multifaceted, so he could play any instrument, and he played the bass pretty well, and it was fun because he just had like a 5-string Squire. He's like he bought like, I feel like he bought the cheapest guitar, but he bought the best amp. So he had like a 5-string Squire, and then he had like a, I don't know, it was like 810s or something. It was a huge amp. And we would sit downstairs and I would play guitar and he'd play bass, and I couldn't, it was almost like I couldn't understand quite what he was doing. But it was a different vibe. It was like backwards thinking, like it was like he was thinking about it being oriented from the treble strings up instead of from the bass strings down. Like I don't know. It was interesting. Yeah, I had a couple of friends I used to jam with in college, and we'd sit and play for hours, and we would rotate instruments, which was fun. One would play guitar, drums, bass, and then we'd all switch, and then so we all could kind of practice doing it, and then you'd hit this vibe where you're this like thing where you all kind of synced up together, and you like, it was like a, I don't know, it was like an experience. It was cool. Yeah, I feel like bassists are just unabashedly use like all the tricks, and in a way that like using octaves and like all the kind of like dynamic things that you can do with picking and pulling and plucking and whatever, like and so you have like a layer of melodic bass and then bass like tones, and then you have a layer of almost percussive like things going on, which isn't something you can do on the guitar, but it's a little thinner in the sound. So, I don't know. Let's change this up. What's up, Ian? The organ grinder? I don't know what that is. Is that a serial killer, or is that a the person that plays an instrument? I do have a soundboard. I don't know if I should. I did it last night. So I was being goofy. I was being childish last night. So I hooked up a soundboard, which is just samples plugged into this. But
Hasta la vista, baby. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Hello, cutie pie. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Sorry. That's me being childish for I'm playing, so I have a modular synth hooked up. I've been working on repatching it, but we've been having a good chat tonight, so I haven't been doing a lot of repatching. So I've just been showing different people how it kind of works. So I got a drum hooked up. on top of all that, I have my, I'm an oddball on this, but I love the Halloween 3 season of the soundtrack. I'll have to look that up. I like soundtracks, so I'm gonna put my phone on charge in a second. Sounds like the 80s. Were the 80s? The 80s weren't that bad, weren't they? Were they good? I think they were pretty good. Can I eat 5 hits of? Can I eat 5 hits and come? Maybe. Yeah, I'll look that up because I like a lot of soundtracks. I mean, let me see. I'll turn this off. Let's see. Let me play this. Like a lot of that kind of like just bassy goodness. Like, I don't know, I listen to like the Dune soundtrack and the Tenet soundtrack and what other soundtracks? Blade Runner 2049 soundtrack, like, and you just get these just like beautiful. I don't know, just these awesome things you can do with. Do that as again. I can see. Yeah, this one voice. So it basically, okay. So this one voice is 5 or 6 sawtooth waves that phase display. So they start like this, but then they like spread out and phase, and so you get these like sounds that are like these like big sounds. So that's just raw, but then you phase displace it and it gets like bigger. I don't know, it just does like you can just tweak, like I can do it with a keyboard or whatever, but like, you know, there's nothing like, because like on the, if you know anything about like Vangelis and his composing of the Blade Runner soundtrack and whatnot, he used the Yamaha CS80 and it had a ribbon strip on it, and so he could do those big dives, so he could start like whatever, and he could start way up high, and then he could go, and then he could like hit his hand on the ribbon strip and do these like dives, like with the audio. Yeah, yeah, all sound is vibrations in the air, right? Chariots of the Pumpkin. I'll look that up. Sounds fun. Sounds fun. Yeah, it's freaking cool. This voice in particular is a freaking ooh. And then like this one. Is this one plugged in? This one's cool too. This one's cool because you can get vowel-like sounds. There, that's pretty cool. And you can do similar things. You can get like robot-like sounds. It's fun. I don't know. It's fun. It's way too much fun. I'm driving, so I can't see the chat if anyone answered me or not. Can you please tell me what does this instrument? I have almost no idea what that says. Did you say something earlier? Oh, this is a modular. Oh, yeah, sorry. This is a modular synth. So basically, it's composed of a few different parts, and you probably can't see. But it's composed of a lot of different modules, and then all those modules, you plug them together in such a way to where you can make them do different things. So I can sequence it all. I don't know how to sequence it. There we go. Now we got all synced up. Thanks, man. Homie Delige, whatever that is. That's a cool name. Call me. Yo, I'm floating like Jesus. Yeah. Okay, glad y'all like it. Is everyone y'all liking it just because you're stoned? I'm just kidding. Yeah. This voice, like, this voice is so cool. That's fun. It's a lot of fun. If you can make something, okay. Let me see. If you can make something good out of it, make something good out of it. Yeah. Okay. You can tell it's a synth because all the wires. Yeah. Yeah, so like there's no presets. I mean, you got to imagine that like so these wires plugged in everywhere, that is the preset. So like some I can recall things on certain modules, so you can like you can um um but you have I mean like I'm a, you know, you can remember stuff. Like I know how I have certain voice patched up and how I like it, and so I can kind of recreate it if I want to. So like yeah, you become the preset because you got to repatch it all, you know. And that's the fun of it. I like to tinker, you know. Thanks. Thanks, bud. That's a that's probably the comment of the night right there. No, no. Okay, is this your cat? Here, I do have a soundboard for that. Is this your cat right now? Your cat's having a good old time.
Hasta la vista, baby. Take it toy back to the comet. Take it back. Into the chopper. Into the chopper. Hello, cutie pie. Into the chopper.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Into the chopper. Into the chopper. Into the chopper. Into the chopper.
It's so good. Oh. So this is basically this is a granular processor, but you can upload 8 samples into it and have them available. And so basically you can turn to a soundboard if you want to without doing any of the processing. So like I can turn the reverb way up on the delay. So I can do like come on.
Hasta la vista, baby. Take your toy back to the comet. Take it back. Take your toy back to the comet. Take it back. Into the chopper.
No, so like last night I just sat down. So like if you get on YouTube, type in like Arnold Schwarzenegger like 130 best quotes or something. And 130 best quotes, and you will hold on. You will get like a, I don't know, like a 15-minute video, and it's just, you know, every quote, like famous quote he ever did from his movies. And so what I did is I sat and I I recorded all of it, and then I sliced it up, and then you can put it, you know, it's export as individual WAV files.
Hasta la vista, baby.
But so it's fun with like extra like delay, like you just crank the feedback up.
Hasta la vista, baby.
That's not too good.
Hasta la vista, baby. Take your toy back to the comet. Take it back.
Because I don't know if anybody else grew up on like watching like Kindergarten Cop and all that crap. Like he was everywhere as a kid when I was a kid. How long have you been working and producing? No, I mean I've been making music since I was like a kid. So I was like 13 the first time I started playing guitar. I mean I've learned, so like basically if anybody else probably does this, I try to like focus on things and get better at certain aspects. So like right now on like my YouTube and stuff, I'm trying to do music, but I'm also I like doing comedic things. Like I like doing kind of funny stuff. So I'm working on doing a few like I'm working on like video editing skills, doing like short little things with the synth and stuff that are fun. And then also like learning a little bit more about music. And then I also have like music software and I'll work on doing stuff like that. So like I try to like I can't just do one thing. I have a hard time focusing on just one thing. So I try to round out like, okay, so a video incorporates lots of aspects. It incorporates video editing, it can incorporate design work, it can incorporate textual stuff, it can incorporate writing, it can incorporate music, all that kind of, it's like a multifaceted thing. So I try to do something that has a lot of different aspects that I can develop. Yeah.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor. I didn't get the one. Who's your daddy and what does he do? That's one of the best ones. I don't know. Whatever. And then you got the drum dropping in. I'm having too much fun here. What do we have? Hey, this is a modular synth. And I'm goofing off, so you come in just at the right time. 4.
Right to the chopper! Right to the chopper! Take your toy back to the comet. Take it back! Right to the chopper! Right to the chopper!
Okay, I think this is gonna have to be a mainstay now because it's too much fun. Let me go. I gotta get my phone charger real quick. What are you guys up to? He may never make it back. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta get my phone charger real quick.
Hello, cutie pie. It's not a... the biggest threat I've been hasta la vista, baby. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. Hasta la vista, baby. It's not a tumor. It's the biggest threat I've been It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
Enough of that. Oh me. Thanks. I'm trying to have fun. It's like I like to do. Everything's so serious. Like I like doing music and whatever, but yeah, I also like to have fun. So I did go. If you go watch my last short, I tried to make it as goofy as possible. It's like slow paced, so it's kind of like, yeah, it's got those sound effects in it, so it's kind of funny. But whatever. Yeah. I probably could just put this on and it'd be like one of those slop. Y'all see those slop streams where it's just like the same thing over and over again, but there's like 5,000 people tuning in. Bro, that dude was our president for 4 years. I mean, oh gosh. I mean, was he? Yeah. I mean, I would have taken like a ham sandwich being president for 4 years over not knowing who was president, but I shouldn't get political this late. Or I may say something I regret. Not a ham sandwich.
Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. Get to the chopper!
I feel like there's something there. It's like this is way less like if I had an NPC or whatever it is set up and I could just hit the things and that make it all sound cool. What's up, Andrew? How's it going? Do you bow hunt? No, I don't bow hunt. I've known several people that bow hunted. A guy I used to work for, he bow hunted all the time. And then so he did. So I'll tell you a bow hunting story. So I had a guy I worked with, and he used to bow hunt. He loved bow hunting because of like the amount of precision and like whatever and time it took to like draw back and shoot and focus on like getting everything just right. And then in the end of the season, he'd get frustrated if he hadn't shot anything or like he didn't have enough deer meat in his freezer. And I remember I went to pick up my work van from his house, and he rolls up on the four-wheeler with 2 deer on the back of it, and he's like, hey man, I got 2 more out on the property I gotta go get. I'm gonna be late. Like, what'd you do? He's like, well, I got frustrated bow hunting and I borrowed my buddy's 7mm and I went and took care of all the deer I could see. And yeah, cool ear. And so that's my story. And I was like, bro, I gotta go wash windows. What are you doing? So yeah, he shot 4 deer on the last day of the season. He's like, I'm done with this bow hunting thing. He borrowed a 7mm and he went and just pwned a bunch of deer in the woods. And he's like, I gotta hang him up because he processes all his own meat. He didn't hire anyone out to do his processing, so he had to hang him up. In his little garage, his poor little garage, had 4 deer hanging out that day. Thanks. No, do you know who? So have y'all seen the meme? So I'm not gonna comment too much on that, but so there. Do y'all know what Fish Tank Live is? Does anyone in here know what Fish Tank is? Anyone? So there's a guy that runs production. His name, yeah. So if you know Fish Tank, Ben, who runs production, yeah. So a meme went around of him as the guy that got shot, and the guy in Minneapolis. Like it kept popping up in like news outlets and stories and stuff, and it was him in like a pink dress. They said, "This is the guy that got shot by in Minneapolis." I mean, like, why is this not charging? Sorry. Oh man. Trying to get my phone to charge. There it goes. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. We got the fish tank guys in here. Okay. We got how many guys? Okay. So like, is it just me, or does do some of y'all like? I sync up weirdly, and then I find I'm like friends with all these people that are into Fish Tank. It's weird. It's an odd. Do I have an addiction? Yeah, I have an addiction. Yep. And I'm not afraid to admit it. Did you retract that? Yeah, I have an addiction. Toji. Don't we all? Text chain hand. You don't know me. I don't know you. But you gave me some thumbs ups. Fish. Okay, so does anyone want to explain? No, I'm just kidding. Does anyone want to explain what Fish Tank Live is? Because you playing with some wires. Yeah, I'm playing with some wires. If you call me Bud again, I'm gonna block you. Waco. Yeah. Yep. Did you say wacko or did you say Waco? Because those are two different topics. But okay, I'm gonna block you. Thanks, man. Hide user on channel. Cool. I'm nobody's bud. Okay, you want to get blocked too? One more time. Come on. Come on. Acid? I've never done acid. I can tell you about a friend of mine that tripped on acid in the back of a van on a church trip. What's up, man? Not much. We're just hanging out. And some of the comments are total. Thanks, Oak Ridge. Wouldn't suggest it. Yeah, I don't I don't smoke at all. Not at all. Because I find it very unappealing. Actually, so anytime I started having the thoughts last time I ever got, like 6 years ago. So that ended it for me because I like life. Anybody else have that same experience?
Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper!
Smoke fish? No, so I eat fish every day, but I don't smoke fish. Yeah, it is a waste. I mean, there's some. Yeah, not a waste of time. Friend Mike Hunt experience. Yeah. So I had a bad experience. So like, I was trying to wean myself off of drinking, and so I started doing other things, and I had like I never had those thoughts in my life, and I started having them, and I was like, this isn't right, and so I totally stopped. Yep, it's weird. I mean, mind altering things are mind altering, so I had to stop. So now I have coffee and that's it. Coffee, that, and water. Yeah. No, we're good. I have fun. That's the thing. I don't mind having a drink here and there, but once you learn to have fun, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's so this is it's not intense. So like this is a modular setup. So I have this is a Dofer 184 HP case with modules in it. And so basically what you're hearing this guy, this is the Sophia, and you're hearing this guy, which is a Kruin. And then I got a drum hooked up to it, so I'll throw the drum on for you. The drum's good. So that's the drum, and then it's so basically like you it's a couple of different voices. So I have a drum, I have two synth voices, and then I have this guy I'm using as a sound bank. So like these are my sounds.
Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back.
So I can hit those whenever I want to. So I got this guy.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back to the chopper. To the chopper. To the chopper. Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
I'll be back. 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 I'll be back.
Sorry, I got a little childish last night. And I decided, I was like, I'm gonna load up my sound bank with a bunch of just goofy stuff.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah. So anyone's been here for any length of time has heard the
Hasta la vista, baby. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back to the chopper. 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 Hello, cutie pie.
Oh me. Yeah, I can do. I mean, this is kind of techno, but I mean, I don't know. Is that techno? I don't know. I got these little. I got these my desktop speakers don't handle subs very well, so like it's hard to do like the bassy stuff because everything is so muddy. And so I have to find like the sweet spots with what I can, because on the headphones, I can put it in headphones and they sound great, but y'all are just hearing what's coming through my desktop speakers, which are the Audio DV3s, I think is what they're called. But yeah, this is, I mean, this bass drum is like, it's so like I'm like I don't want to ever unpatch this. Because it's like it has such a good, and then so like this is the bass sound, just coming just straight, and then if you add in I have it going through what's called a comparator, so it squares it and then it adds it into it, and you can kind of go between like a cleaner bass and then a dirtier bass. But like because I don't have a sub hooked up, it kind of overloads my speakers and it gets all muddy. So, I don't know, it's fun. Whatever it is. What's going on? Okay, you guys got lots of comments. Thank you guys. Thanks for all the love and laughs and whatever, man. I really do. It's gonna sound silly, but I don't know. I hang out by myself a lot, and I appreciate any amount of affection or whatever, because you know some of us don't get everything we need from life, and we need friends. We need people hanging out on the internet. It's cool. It's chill. You know what this is? This is a modular synth. So thanks. Yeah, I'm just messing around. Like I could hook up. My mixer's only so big, so I only have like 4 channels. So you could go nuts, but I can only ever get like. Okay, so like usually I can only ever get 2 things to sync up perfectly at a time, and then when you get 3 to go together, like in terms of the range and all that, so like a high, mid, low kind of dynamic with all of the different ways you can modulate and whatever, it's rare. So when I do, you get along with, I get along with people. I have friends, but you know, when you have a family to take care of, you don't get to spend as much time with friends out and about as you would like. So we welcome people into our home via the internet and chill and block people that call you bud. My day was good. My day was quite good. I work 4/10, so I have Fridays off. So it is quite a good deal. What about you, Static XR1? How was your day? Cool. I'm glad. I'm just messing around. I got a couple of things kind of synced up, and it's fun. Peak. Thanks. Peak. I don't know what that means, but peak. Yeah. Cheers. 7 a.m. here in Ireland. Ireland. Cool. Is it legal there? May I ask, is it legal there? My next move? I don't know. Tonight, I'm probably not gonna move much, but well then, stay safe. You gotta stay safe. I don't know, how hard did they crack down on it? Did they crack down on it super hard there? My board? So I'm gonna get, so I ordered, so I have two, so like I'm gonna sell, so I've sold off 3 or 4 modules over the last month that I didn't use a lot. I'm gonna get, there's 2 other ones I'm gonna get, and then I think I'm gonna sell all like 4 or 5 things. So, because that's the nice thing is you can, that's good. Yeah. So, I mean, if you got it, just kidding. Yeah, but you know, be chill with it. Don't, you know, go do something good. I mean, do something with your day. Yeah, so like basically, I'm just going through the process of finding out what I like and what I use all the time. And so what I'll do is probably mess around. I'm getting the Vic. I actually think it's well, it's not in Ireland. It's assembled in Scotland, I think. I'm getting the Vic X and then a Rossum resynthesizer or Panharmonium resynthesizer. And I think I'm gonna sell my Stardust and I don't know, a couple other things probably. I think the multi-wave, I don't like it, but yeah. I mean, you know, I don't think it should, that's the thing. I think like I have to say, like, out of all, I don't have a lot of opinions on things, but over the years I've come to think that it's worse. It's not as bad as alcohol. So and alcohol pretty much wrecks plenty of people's lives. So it should at least be legal. But you want to get into synths? Dude, synths are so much freaking fun. Like, I think everyone would get into them if they knew how much fun they were. Yeah, they would be so much, like if people knew how much fun they were. But there's a learning curve. I mean, that's the thing with anything. You have to start small. So like if you want to get into synths, you've got to get something that works for you for how you would use it and can use it. So like if you can play a piano or you can play a keyboard or you understand how like melodies work or something like that, you might want to get something to start with that has a key bed. So like I don't have it, but I would recommend it because I just know that it's probably better or as good as anything you can get. So like there's a company called Sonicware and they have a ELZ1, I think is what it's called. Let me see. And they haven't sold it for a while because I think the tariffs and things are affecting it. But there's a guy who's a computer programmer in Japan who made like a synth company, and he has like a small unit that's like a FM synth that's kind of like let me see. See if I can find it. Yeah. I don't know if they're selling it or if it's in production still. Yeah, it is. So if you, this is it. Yeah. So it's called the ELZ1 Play. So it is, if you want just something fun to mess around with, that's like you can take anywhere. That's battery powered. No, I'm not from Northern California. I'll get into that in a second. But yeah, that's the ELZ1. The guy that designs it's a cool dude. Great, seems like a great guy. Just did it out of a passion project. If you want a hardware thing that you can kind of take with you wherever, if you want to get into this in particular, like yeah, you can. So like Modular, if you want to get into Modular, there's free software you can download today on your computer, iPad, like whatever, called VCV Rack. I would highly recommend messing around with that because you can use it as a plugin also in recording software. So this is the ELZ1. I'd have to see because it's a fun little synthesizer, like hardware synthesizer that you could take anywhere, has speakers on it. It's well thought through and whatever. But then if you want to do software that's free, like Jimmy's saying, Jimmy, I don't know what you're saying, but your name's funny. Yeah. So yeah, that's the Sonicware ELZ1. Is a hardware thing that's cheaper than a lot of other things you're gonna find, but it's gonna be. But if you have a computer and you can play on your letter pads, you can get. And there's a long discourse into this, but VCV Rack is free, so like you may want to start there. What is home building? VCV Rack is free as can be. So like this voice right here. So I have a hardware version of this. Let's see. Yeah, so this voice right here, the crew in, you can get online today and download VCV Rack and then pull up a version of that and hear kind of what that sounds like in real life in a software format today, for free. And so like, and the guy that does, the guy that makes these, Jason, like he's like he's a, I don't know. I think he's a cool dude. He's a musician. He does electronics. He does all the design for his modules. He does all the layout, everything. Start to finish, he's like in charge of all of this stuff. And he lets all his stuff be out there on the internet for free through that software. So I would try that. Old school telephone operator. You guys, okay. So how many people in the chat, I was talking about Fish Tank Live earlier. Does anyone know what that is? Because that's like one of my favorite things in the world. So do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's the thing. So I would start with the free stuff if you want to get into synths because there's so much available. But then if you want to get a good hardware, I think the ELZ1 is a place that if I had to recommend to somebody to start with like a fun little thing to do, to mess around with, that would be a fun place. Now, if you want a keyboard and key bed and all that stuff, like the actual keys is different, but like there's so many there's so much get on, like, there's so many weird little synth things on get on Reverb and look at like old Korg stuff. There's some good old Korg synth keyboards and stuff that are just like, they'd be like an old what's it called? They just re-released it, but it's an old Korg Mini maybe. You can find pretty good used ones of those for probably around $200 if you want a synth to play around with. But yeah, synths are fun. I mean, they're just straight up fun. Oh, this one's a good one too. This is the one I have. It's so this one, I can run this off a battery. It's a Polyend synth. It is a blast. It is an excellently designed instrument. So it was a little glitchy. That's why I'm like hesitant to like recommend it for a first time user, because it was a little glitchy when I first got it. And but you gonna play fart reverb? Okay. But yeah, it was fun. And then they just updated the firmware, so it's a little more stable and better now. It still has some glitches, but it's called the Polyend synth. You want me to? What? Okay, you ready? Who just asked for it? Now you want me to crank the reverb up? I'm gonna crank the reverb up. Too much. It's too much fun. Too much.
Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper!
It's so much fun. It's just too much fun.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back! Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper!
I know, I want to. I can't quite break it down. Like this setup is like, it's like I can get it so close to breaking it down, but like I can't, because it's all wired. You gotta have it set up a little different. Too much fun.
Hello, cutie pie.
Oh me, is it late? Is it late? Someone said I was from Northern California. What makes you think I'm from Northern California? I'm curious about that. It's fun. It's so much fun. Like I'm a little ADD, so this is like right up my alley. Like it's got so many different parts and whatever, I can spend hours. Yeah, someone told me, you must be from Northern California. From Northern California? Seriously? So I'll give you guys a. If you think that for some reason I'm from some other part of the country than the South, I'll give you a demonstration of my my cross country coach. Boys, I'm gonna need you guys to go down yonder, and you got to go around, the dunes, and then circle back around the place with the pine rows. Come back through the RV park, and then you're gonna go down through the lowland area, and you come back and run around the loop 3 times, guys. All right, and then you can go down yonder, and you're gonna come back, and then that'll be about 5 miles. All right, that's today's practice. But I don't have that accent, do I? Yeah, I'm tired too. Yeah, I'm tired. Thanks, man. Yeah, there's a couple of us that hang out pretty consistently. We'll get some guys from England in here soon. Maybe. It's late, but it's early there, so yeah, there's a couple of guys. I have a couple of guys that from different parts, world, country, whatever. We all just chill. It's fun. We have a good time.
Get to the chopper!
Yeah, man, get some rest. It's gonna snow all day here tomorrow, so that is the multi-grain. Yes, sir.
Get to the chopper!
I have it set up sort of like a soundboard right now, so I don't have it doing any audio processing, but I can if you want me to.
Hello, cutie pie. It's not a tumor. 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 It's not a tumor.
Here we go. That's fun. How about that? How about that for granular processing? That's fun. Yeah, you can. The morph is amazing. Yeah. That's too. I'm tied into the wall right here. But yeah, I'll do the morph fader for you on what I have. Oh gosh, it's so much fun. Yeah, man. It's so much fun. I unplugged it. So JJ, I unplugged it like, I don't know, it was like 2 weeks I didn't use it in my setup. And then I plugged it back in and I used it for audio processing just generally. Because it does really well. I found it does really well if you have it set to the ramp wave. I don't know if I think that's what it's called. With percussion stuff, it is so good. And bro, I plugged it in and I was like, why did I ever take this off of processing something? Because it's so much fun. It's so much fun. So much fun.
It's not a tumor.
I gotta do this over here.
It's not a tumor. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, take your toy back to the carpet. Take your toy back to the carpet.
I'm probably gonna get. Hopefully, I don't get any strikes or whatever on this. Yeah. So I figured out how to use the Waves folder to upload samples to it to do this. And then I was watching videos and whatever, and they were like, oh, if you want to go deeper, and then you like go deeper and you're like, gosh, I can't. There's like, is there any way I can cram all this in my head for this one thing? Because it's like sub layers and there's no menu screen, so you can't like see the menus or what level you're at. And then like it's so deep, it's unreal. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. And like every time you read a page, it says if you want to go deeper, go to the next section, and you get to the next section. If you want to go deeper, get to the next section. And then it's like there's deeper editing tools, and I can't even like, I don't know. I can sing, but not great. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's one thing. So like the videos on it, they don't show. There's discrepancy. So I was going through videos today on how to use it, and like there's double clicks they do, and they don't say click this twice. And so like you sings. I don't know what you're talking about, Ari. They don't. It's a little ambiguous. So like, it's yeah. So I was trying to go. Some things make sense, but you have to click things twice, and they don't. I feel like in some of the videos they don't say to click things twice, or that it's not going to jump to the menu. So when you jump to the sub menus, it's not going to jump to them the way that they show it, depending on how you have it set up. It's weird. I don't know. Noah. Yeah, and so like, I don't know. I feel like they need to have real people that figured it out themselves make the tutorials rather than people that designed it because they know all the things and like they take it for granted. Because like there's so many little things you figure out as you use it that I don't know. You don't get. You don't get with oh, thanks. Oh, I'm a little seal. I'm going to clap for you, Chuman Manso. I don't play things. This plays itself, man. Yeah. I feel like there's, but I mean, I'm not gonna complain because I think. Do you have? So JJ, do you have any modular stuff? Do you have any IntelliJ stuff? Because like, I find that some of their stuff is just, it's such a cut above. Like, yeah, you can't super chat at $5. So, because I don't have enough whatever to super chat anything. So if you sub and I get to 500 followers and I get how many ever bajillion views, yeah, the synth plays what it wants. It does. Because I can change all this up in an instant. their stuff. I don't know. I haven't had to deal with them on a level of like I have a problem with something, but just in general. So I have like this. I have this rack that has all the malts and everything. It's like a 104 HP or whatever. It's just extremely well designed. So I'm on this weird mission to get artists to play stick. But so yeah, okay, so I'll look that up. Stevie, what's up? Everyone else is going to bed. And I'm like, I gotta wait around for Stevie to show up. I'll figure it out. Just getting up. Cool, man. Well, you've been doing some your videos are cool. I mean, the time traveler, I'm really into time travel. So did you get my I commented on something you did the other day. I did a Tenet joke. Do you know what Tenet is? Did you watch that movie? Because a lot of people hated Tenet, but I think it's one of the best. I think it's one of my most favorite things ever made, and the soundtrack's amazing. That's where like I like synths and stuff, so like of course I like the soundtrack. But yeah, I figured I'd ask that because you're doing time travel stuff, and it's about traveling. Is it backwards through time, forwards through time? I don't know. I would, yeah. Watch your videos recently have been about time travel, and so Tenet is about people in the future sending back things through time to the past, and so the whole premise around the movie is they're waging war with the future, and I don't know. I think it's fun. Did you like the score? Not like the score. Cooked? Yeah. Okay? So you think he did good on the score? He was cooking on the score. Yeah. I listen to that score at work sometimes. Yeah, it's about the past waging war with the future, and so they invert inertia. They invert movement, and so the whole thing is about that. And so like when you're talking about like taking time capsules and sending them to the future because they need things more than you, like that's what's in my head. So yep. Yeah, man, hope you're doing well. We're just chilling. So I got a soundboard. So Stevie, if you are you an Arnold fan?
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back.
We were talking about soundboards the other day. This is what you inspired me to do this.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Hasta la vista, baby.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
Sorry, I have a couple of childish ones mixed in there.
It's not a tumor.
Sorry. I'm having too much fun here. Yeah. Rubber Baby Buggy Bumpers. So I didn't get that one, Rubber Baby Buggy Bumpers, and there's one more. Who's your daddy and what does he do? I didn't get that one on there. Yeah, Rubber Baby, but okay, so last night I sat here and I So there's a couple of YouTube videos you can type in like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like 130 best quotes or something, and it plays all the quotes for like 15 minutes. And so I sat here like clipping different things last night, and that's what I did instead of live streaming, was clip all this up.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back.
I got this bass. This bass is hard. No, I've just been messing around with this stuff. What is your best tip on how to save money? Are you for real? You need to comment again if you're for real and not just a bot bumping into my stuff. My best tip. You want my best tip? I'll give you my best tip, but you got to comment one more time, Dispassionate Observer. Okay, that's a bot. You could cut in some scarf. Okay. So have you watched? So there's a guy. I'll recommend him. I can't even remember his name. It's like Durham or something. He plays heavy metal guitar, and he. Okay, Dispassionate. Yes. One more. Okay. Let me recommend something to Stevie real quick. There's a guy, it's like Durham. I can't remember his name. He does live streams, but he plays heavy metal, and he does he takes people, so people will hum in heavy metal riffs, so they'll go and then he turns them into heavy metal licks, and he posts them, and he does live streams where he plays like heavy metal songs and whatever, and it's a lot of good fun. That reminds me of what you're saying. So like he has a soundboard that has clips on it that interject into his live stream. So he'll hit a button and it interjects a clip that like plays whatever clip from the show he's thinking of into his live stream. And it's like, I saw that and I was like, I've not seen anyone do that. That's pretty cool. So let me look back. My best money saving tip. Don't get into modular. This is modular. These are modular. This is a modular synth. If you want to save money, don't get into that. Do not get into modular synths. Do not get into cars. Don't get into like racing cars or anything where you want to modify stuff. Do not get into that. Okay. But my number one tip for saving money is bring your lunch to work every day. That is my number one tip. Number one tip, bring your lunch to work every single solitary day. Do not eat out at all. Cook everything for yourself, because you can, and it's going to be better, and you're going to love it. You're going to love yourself more for cooking for yourself. That's my tip. My spouse is a baker, and she's extraordinary. We bake and we cook quite a lot. Well, quite a lot. I mean, like all the time. And yeah, that's probably the best advice I could give. Don't go eat out some slop that someone's gonna spit in or whatever they're doing. You can't ensure safety over any of that. No, I thought about it. Yeah, I've thought about it, but I can't read good enough. I can read well, but I can't read good enough to. Yeah, I live frugally almost. This is the only thing I spend extra money on. So. Yeah, I know, right? There's a guy. So we're talking about food. We're talking about whatever. There's a guy that works at the grocery store that I go to, and he does voiceover work, and he works at a grocery store, and his voice is perfect. Like it is amazing. Like talk about like. So what's who's the guy that Morgan Freeman? Okay, he has a Morgan Freeman quality voice. Okay. And he works at a grocery store and he does voiceover work. He does audiobooks and whatever. Like, yeah. Of course. I mean, okay. So Stevie, like, had anyone heard, the people that did what's up? Unite Guitar Covers, cool. Did anyone in here play, what was it called? Baldur's Gate. The voiceover work in Baldur's Gate made those people famous forever. And they were probably just nobodies that were just really good voice actors. They're like, my favorite singer, Robert Plant, of course, is my favorite singer. Yeah, connections are a big deal. Yeah, friends of friends. I mean, get you everywhere. But yeah, the voice. Go through and just listen to the voice acting on Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever it is. It is amazing, and all those people were just normal people, and they just. Whoever did the production on that did such a good job of picking the right voices for those characters. Yeah, they'll live on forever. Like they will have jobs forever because they're such good. But like that's so rare. There's plenty of people that could do those exact same voices. But it had to do with like something more than just their voice. It had to do with someone cultivating like a production with their voices that is gonna lead to their, I think, because anyone who's been around long enough knows that there's 100 people that do what you do 100 times better, but it's the person that gets noticed that is. I don't know what that is. I mean, I'm not against whatever you're saying. So, oh, sorry. Let me take a picture of that. I'm not against whatever you're saying. I just don't know who those are. So I'll look them up. Sorry, I got this weird little box at the bottom. I don't know what that is. But yeah.
Get to the chopper! Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, totally.
Hasta la vista, baby.
No, it's I know. I mean, like, so like, have you ever tried to read a book you're not into out loud? So like, yeah, it's so good. I mean, is his voice not the best? You got like a drop. You're at a club. You got a drop.
Into the chopper! Into the chopper! Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back.
Yeah, so like I remember when we had our first kid, we sat around and we were doing nothing for a week or two. And I sat and I read The Hobbit to my wife and my new child. And if you're not into that, you miss the pacing and the rhythm and everything. But if you're into it, there's like a pacing, a rhythm. Everything is like melodic and like thought through, and like is something that you have to be into to if you were gonna like read it, you have to like be in the vibe. I found the soundboard website. It's called Soundboard 101, and they have like everything on there now. It's kind of hard to navigate because there's so much, but they do have a ton of stuff. And they have crazy stuff, like all of Arnold, like everything you could ever imagine. But I got this off of like a YouTube video. So AI voiceover, yeah, who cares? AI sucks. Fuck AI. AI's listening right now. Fuck AI. It's the only thing I get passionate about. It can go absolutely get up it. Sorry. Any AI fans in here? Up yours, AI. Yeah. I'll be right back. I heard noises, so I gotta go check on, make sure everyone's still asleep. You're a bot. Of course you are. What's up? Yeah, I know, right? I just got on, so I don't know if, I deleted all social media in the last year. And so now I have like multiple different accounts on stuff now, but it's only just for like synth stuff because it's fun. I'm gonna get but like I haven't gotten on yeah, I think AI is stealing, but I've gotten on, I gotta get on Facebook and look and see what is going on, because I keep hearing like, yeah, I do think it's the devil. I keep hearing that like the amount of like, so like the pet videos, has anyone seen the pet rescue videos that are all AI? It's like pet rescues owner from, avalanche, or pet rescues owner from earthquake. So I heard those go like nuts on like Facebook and stuff. So like I kind of want to get on and like, I want to do a thing where I do like a song and I just read comments on like AI slop, like videos. I think that'd be fun. So like I got online and I started reading through like bad Google reviews, and it's like these would make such great like rap songs. So some of the insults and stuff, they're like such good owns. Like by the hamster post coma. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of that comment. It's so good. It's some of the most ridiculous stuff I've ever seen. It's like there's no dog that could intuit like to save someone from whatever it is, but people are totally buying into it. Do y'all have school buses in the UK? That's it. We have school buses and they're obnoxious. I don't know. Oh, buddy. Kid drives owner to hospital. Okay, let me tell you a story. I'll tell you a story real quick, Stevie. And whoever else is listening. So when I was about, let's say I was 7, okay. And so we had these attic fans in the attic. They were attic fans, and they blew air. They helped circulate air through. You had louvers on each side of your house. And you have these fans you turn on, and they'll pull air through, so it cools the space above your where your roof's at. My dad was up there repairing one of them, and he unscrewed one of the blades with a tool, and he lost grip on it, and it dropped, and it like sliced his wrist open. So I was like, he was up there working, and he comes. I guess he had a rag with him, and he comes down the stairs, and he's holding his wrist like this, and he's like grimacing in pain. Okay, so he's walking down the attic stairs, and he's like, all right, we gotta go. And he looks at my sister, who was a little older than me, and she's like 11, maybe 12. Okay, and he goes, you gotta drive me to the hospital. So we all get in the car, 7-year-old me and 11, 12-year-old my sister. And he steers the wheel and she does the pedals. I can't even remember. It was so strange. We drove to the freaking hospital so he could get, and then he had to get his arm stitched up because it cut him, like it lacerated him right across his artery. And he was holding that towel like he was barely staying awake because he was like fighting, like, I guess I don't know. It was very strange. But yeah, that was like, there's no kitten that could do that. But no, it wasn't traumatic. It was odd. It was like something's weird here. I didn't quite understand what's going on because I was so young. But anyways, it was a weird story. It was just, yeah, it was weird because I was so young I didn't know what was going on. I just got in the car and rode to the hospital. But my sister was driving, so it was extra weird. So we went like 20 miles an hour across town. It was just like, what's going on? This is strange. Because I didn't even understand that he was bleeding because he didn't say anything. He just said, we're going. Get in the car. We're going. And he said, drive. And my sister's like, drive? What? Drive? How do I put it in gear? Yeah, no, it was real life. It was. I miss small town. We weren't in a big town, so we took back roads. The hospital wasn't too far away, but.
Get to the chopper!
Yeah, you didn't get abused as a kid, so that's the least. That story's the least of my worries. No, I had much worse things happen to me as a kid, so that was. We can talk about that sometime. I'm just kidding.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back.
All right, I gotta change something up here. We're gonna leave this hooked up because that's just fun. But, I mean, it's just a thing. Don't feel sorry for me. Yeah, I have a bunch of good ones. So I missed the I didn't because I only have 8 slots and I needed 2 farts. I needed 2 fart slots, so I didn't get the who's your daddy and what does he do, and then a couple other good ones. What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. That's a good one. Yeah, I needed 2 fart slots, so I got this one. And I got this one. One's juicy and one's a little drier. Oh, buddy. Okay, I need that. I'm gonna, yeah, mess around with a couple of those. Actually, I might not mess around with anything. I might just hang out. You guys got anything planned for today? Got anything going on? I need to go to bed. It does, doesn't it? Do y'all watch, have you ever watched Your Mom's House podcast? With Tom and Christina? They're comedians. A month ago or so, she set up the fart mic. So they had a mic in their studio for their podcast that was dedicated to if you had to fart, you could go fart in the mic. And I'm just like, how is this not a thing on like every podcast? It would literally make everything in the world more interesting if someone was willing to fart into a mic at any given moment. But anyways, I can't have everything I want. But I can have a fart. Here, let's mix it up. Sorry, guys. I have to do it occasionally. Really? Yeah, they're universal. I mean, of course they are. I mean, you can't joke about that. You can't joke about anything. Because, I mean, it's like the most basic human. I mean, we do it every day. You ain't farting. You ain't human.
Get to the chopper!
Even Marines fart. Even hardened Marines that could kill alien invaders fart.
Get to the chopper!
Once a week. No way. Mr. Lookie. Yeah, I was trying to look at your profile picture. Lookie, get that checked. Yeah, that's right. That's why you seem bubbles submarines. Dude, how can your jokes get... golly, dude.
Get to the chopper!
Yeah, I'll give that a thumbs up. It doesn't do it here. So if you're on, if you stream on Locals or Rumble and you do this, it does like a thumbs up emoji, which is fun. But it doesn't do it here. So like, I don't. I can't. I'm not gonna go into this because yeah, it's probably not conducive for a good stream. Oh, buddy, you probably think. No, we know what this is. Stevie knows what this is. I'm sure Michael's been in here long enough. He knows what this is. We're just joking around. Sometimes if you think about the bass drum, every time you hear this bass drum hit, think of a fart. So where did the bass drum come from? I'm just kidding.
Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back. Get to the chopper.
I'll be back. 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 I'll be back.
Yeah, some of the clips I didn't quite get, and his accent's so strong that it's like his accent's so strong. Some of the clips, it's like, okay, I hear it in my head as "I'll be back," but it's "I'll be back," but it's like, it's got some extra layer of. This is the fartinator right here. Guys, I'm too much fun. I didn't get anything done tonight. Y'all got anything? Whoever's awake, I'm assuming it's daytime for you. Anyone got anything planned for today? I got a snow day planned because we're gonna get a bunch of snow. 8:02, man. That's awesome. It's 3:02 here. Some of this is digital. So will I crank this all the way up? That's a digital effect. So I have so that's all analog, and then that's a digital effect. So you get, it's a little bit above. So this is, so this is the Cruin. Awesome module made in Scotland. This is the Nautilus. It's a digital effect made in California. Both great. Is that... I don't know what that comment means. I won't respond to it till you explain. Computer stuff. So VCV rack is what... so VCV rack, you can mimic all this stuff in it. So Instro and Mutable Instruments have all of their stuff in VCV Rack, and it's free, and you can play around with it if you want to. Did you make that yourself? Can you say, I don't know about whatever that is. But yeah, this is a modular synth. If you don't know what's up with this, it's a bunch of crap you buy. You patch it together, and you have fun. That's the fun of it. You're gonna have to type in English, Q, whatever your thing is. Passionate people? Passionate? Bro, like, you don't even know the... Yeah. That's one of the things, anyone who's ever read or done any amount of study, you read Aristotle, passions aren't good. Passions are bad. Passions ruin lives. And for me, as a mildly ADD, ADHD person, passions are quite intense. And yeah, they're not conducive for longevity in anything. Baked beans are good. You should eat the baked beans. So I recommend. So if you want my recommendation, baked beans, fried tomatoes, eggs over easy, sausages, what else? Some toast. That's a breakfast. That's a real breakfast. Not some fake breakfast. You don't pour baked beans down your shorts. Yeah, I'm a hobbyist, of course. I'm on a Friday night here. I didn't stream all week because my body got beat down by the weather. Good, great. Knock yourself out. Pour boiling water down your back while you're at it. Yeah, farts on the side. Come on. There's one for baked beans, man. Rude, you're on my live stream. Yeah, of course Jesus wants a relationship with me. Are we getting the Jesus guys in here now? Joel? You think Jesus would just pop into people's live streams and be like, Jesus loves you? You think he would? Be like, I love you. You gotta go. I'm botting Jesus. I'm AI Jesus. I'm botting him to everyone. Gosh. Jesus. I'm not against religion at all. I just have to laugh because the people, they like pop into live streams and they start talking about Jesus, and then they're out. They're like, I can't hang around and talk to you and communicate to you like a human. I've got to come in and bot you like a bot. I can't treat you like a human being. Yeah, thanks. Because Jesus, I guarantee you, Jesus and the disciples had some good fart jokes. I'm sorry. If you don't think a bunch of fishermen and a carpenter had some good jokes, you are fooling yourself. I know, they gotta go spread the good word. They gotta go treat everyone like Let me bot Jesus to the world. Blue wire. Okay, you said blue wire. You're the first person to say blue wire. I do have blue wires. Blue wires right here. And I have red wires. Most people say, cut the red wire. And that's a MacGyver. You ever seen MacGyver, Don? Big Don? I feel like I've been on here long enough. I'm eventually going to get people on here that know me. My mom wants her glasses back. Yeah, I gotta get a new pair of glasses. I'll show you. You see this? This is called a crutch, splint. I splinted my glasses because one of my kiddos got the bright idea to start jumping around my head, and split them open. No, so like I had the transparent frames probably 10 years ago, maybe that have been 8 years ago. I had them before they were a thing, and then everyone got them and they became a thing, and then everyone got all weird about them. But whatever. Okay, we're gonna do something different. You should. I'll drop a dial-up solo. Actually, this is just straight patched in, so I can't do anything to it. Yeah. I'll do something so I can input output. Oh no, I can't do that. Sorry. We're gonna wavefold. We'll do in. We'll wavefold out. So this we can. We're dialing up the mothership. I kind of struck gold with this.
Hasta la vista, baby. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
Sorry, I'm. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah. I've been getting the, so I get the, so I don't know. I don't usually live stream for this long, but I've gotten 3 waves of the Jesus. I say Jesus freaks. I'm not against. I'm not gonna take a position on a religion at this moment. But I'm not against it. But I've gotten 3 waves of them, and they're just like botting. They're just spamming the whatever. What's up? I do. I make music. I do. Okay, so you're from Italy. Do you know who Caterina Barberini is? She's the niece of a Italian composer, and she's probably one of the few people that got me into doing modular stuff. So if you don't know, I'm here to let you know. Because she's probably the only reason that I actually ever got into modular. Because her stuff was just so freaking rad. Like, I mean, like it makes you feel something. Like her stuff makes you feel something. It's amazing. But yeah, I've gotten the waves of the initiate and the Jesus botting activity on here, and then I get the waves of the trolls who come through and make snide comments. I mean, if you come in and you're going to say certain things, I'll let you say certain things. There's certain things I'll let you say in here. I don't care, but you can't just don't bot the replies. Like I had some freaking hoes in here, and they were just like, "Do you do?" And I had to like, I'm not gonna even say what they posted, but I had to like use certain words in here because I had people just spamming. It was, whatever. But we having fun. Thanks, Kyo Dro. Have you ever had a ramen? I've never, like, I've had ramen, like, okay, I've had the ramen that poor people grow up on. It's like a packet of whatever. I've never gotten the, like, I've never had actual ramen from a ramen place, so I don't know. Yeah, the noodles are great, but I'd rather, like, do the noodles. Here, bring more of this. I gotta hear myself talk, and then I gotta be able to have my sound effects.
Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie.
I like the noodles, but I'd prefer to, like, do my own kind of sauce and, like, fried some eggs and whatever on with it, you know. So, but I grew up, so, like, I remember as a kid, my dad, we ate ramen all the time. We ate ramen, like, the packets with the sauce. It's not even sauce. It's like a powder. And it's just MSG. You sprinkle on top, and it, like, tricks your brain to make you think it tastes good. You know, I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not gonna argue with real stuff in Japan. Is Japan cool? Because I mean, they have, like, I mean, some of the best woodworkers on the planet. They have, but is it cool other than that they get to live in cool houses? They have sliding doors and eat good food. Is that all this there is to life? Like, could you have a better life than just eating fish and living in cool little huts all the time? Okay, so there's some guys locally that I know. They went to Japan and they rode bikes everywhere, and they stayed in these weird little places all over the place, and they just rode bikes, like, across like half the country. Paper walls, yeah. Paper walls wouldn't work tonight for me. We've all seen Ninja Scroll. You slide that door open, and what's going on inside? Yeah, no, they live on different terms. Yeah, I mean, they, I don't know, I guess they cultivate a culture of excellence in certain things, and so I can't argue with it, because I had friends that were musicians that studied a certain style of piano. There was a Japanese style of piano, and they were really good. They weren't famous or anything, but they were, like, really good.
Hello, cutie pie. Hasta la vista, baby. Into the chopper!
Yeah, I dated a girl whose dad was half Japanese. Does that mean anything? Her grandma was Japanese. Her granddad he fought in he fought in Korea, in the Korean War, and he was stationed in Japan for half the time, so he married a Japanese lady, and she was a quarter Japanese, and her name was, I can't say her name. Yeah, we're having fun over here with the Cable Nightmare. Yeah, but I mean, out of all the if I had to pick a place, So you can get on for a while there on like Reddit. There was a trend where it's like, should I buy this house? And it was like, should I buy this farm cottage in Japan? And I used to build timber frames for a living. And most of those old farm cottages are old timber frames. And if you've ever seen the movie My Neighbor Totoro, they move into an old cottage, an old farmhouse that's a timber frame, and it's like, I'm like, it's like it excites something inside of me. I'm like, yes, I would buy that. Yes, I would buy that. Totally, for like how $1,000 or whatever it is some ridiculous thing. Now it's in remote Japan, but you know, I bring all my tools. I can fix it. I could fix it. My dad was a Marine, and he was stationed in Japan for a while. And he enjoyed it. No nails. Yeah, they didn't. Nails or screws. They did it all. But they did have really good hand planes with super precise, well-made irons for all their hand planes. So. What's up, Lego? Olivia or Olivia? Is that no? No, good saws, yeah. So like, does anyone know like if you have a landscaping saw, or if you have like, there's some good woodworking saws. They're all made like in this exact same factory in Japan, and they're the same design, same rake angle, like everything. They're all made in like the same exact factory in Japan. Pretty interesting. Olivia Fitzmun Slego, whatever that is.
Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Oh, cutie pie. Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Oh, cutie pie.
Thanks. But they made plane irons for their hand planes, so they had some steel working, metal working, whatever. Yeah, I mean, the thing is they had to have steel or ironworking or whatever for the fashioning of chisels and all. They have extremely interesting designs on chisels and hand planes and all that. Because like all their chisels are hollow ground, so they have a hollow base, so it makes them extra sharp when you sharpen, and easy to sharpen because they have there's a hollow there. I don't know, all those kinds of things. I'm playing a modular synth. I'm not playing. It's playing itself. So, except when I hit these.
Hello, cutie pie.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Too much fun. What are y'all up to? Where are y'all from? I don't. That's the thing. I'm up so late here. I got England, Lego. I can only assume that's somewhere in Europe. I've had guys from Australia in here. I've had a couple of guys. I had someone from Japan earlier. Yeah. Oh, you're from North Carolina? I'm not too far away. Yeah, we're waiting on the snow here too. Does it start snowing yet where you're at? I haven't even checked. Oh, sorry. If anyone wants a good standalone synth, this is my recommendation. I don't have one, but I want one. Nothing yet? Let's see. Nothing yet. It's close. So it looks like it's over parts of North Carolina right now. The cables do the. I mean, the cables are all just. I have ones going from one place to the next, so they're. Most of it's audio, just left and right going from one to the next. So, and then there's some modulation happening across different ones. But so yeah, we got some snow in eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, a little bit of North Georgia. Maybe over. It should be hitting me. It's almost hitting me. North Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. A little bit of snow hitting those areas. So I'll probably get some in a little bit. It's not quite cold enough to stick though. That's the thing. Tomorrow it's supposed to snow like 3 to 6 inches, and it's like, what?
To the chopper! Hello, cutie pie. Take your toy back to the carpet. Make it fat! Get to the chopper! Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back!
24, yeah, it's like, it's still in the 30, it's still in the 30s here. I'm in Georgia. What is this comment, Stevie? You had those guys from Jerusalem? I haven't had anyone in here getting too political. But if I had some guys from Jerusalem, I bet they would be not saying that. I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be snow should be all day here tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, you go to sleep. Sebi, go to sleep. You go to sleep. -4. Where are you at? You're what? Midwest? -4. I mean, I worked outside the other day and it was 6 degrees. And I had to dig a hole. I had to dig a hole to repair something. And it was like, the first 3 inches of ground are frozen solid. Yeah, help me. Okay, that's not too bad. It's depending on where you're at in Canada, I guess it could be better or worse. But -4 is not too bad, right? But I bet you need some sunshine. Do you take vitamin D? I bet you need to take vitamin D if you don't get out in the sun. Yeah, this week. So like I'm in Georgia, and it was the lowest it got was 17, but it was felt like 6 degrees. And so like I'm like, gosh. I'll look up places. I'll be like, oh, it's warmer in Glasgow right now than it is where I'm at. It's ridiculous. Like, yeah. Like, how is Glasgow warmer than where I'm at? But as the last 3 years we've gotten these Arctic blasts. So like you'll see it. Like it's just like it'll come down and it'll go whoosh, it'll go all the way through the states, and it'll miss like half the states, and then it'll hit us. And it's like, oh gosh. I never would have to wrap up my pipes or do any of this stuff except for this. And this is like once in a 20-year thing. But then it happens 5 years in a row and you're like, I keep getting hit by these blasts from the Arctic. What's going on? It's like 5 degrees here. And it shouldn't be. It should never be 5 degrees here. Which one? This one? Oh, wait. Should I do something with it? Did I put it in the right place? Yeah. That's right. So I worked out in in case you want to know what the sun does to your skin, it does crazy things to your skin. So like, I worked out in the heat this summer, and I like was like, fuck it, I'm not putting on sunscreen or any of this stuff, bro. I'm getting too old for this. Like, I got these spots, I got stuff everywhere, and it looks like yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I got lots of spots on my skin this year that I didn't have, and it's like, should I? I've had too many family members that have had skin cancer things, scares and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I worked outside in 105-degree temperatures this summer, and then I worked outside this week in 6-degree temperatures. Is the human body meant to take that kind of range? You get ID'd? I get ID'd all the time. Well, no, I don't get ID'd all the time. You got ID'd today? I get it. So there's certain places that will ID you. Every time, because they have cameras on them. So like, if I go to the gas station and I were to buy something, beer or whatever, they'll ID you every time because they have cameras on them. Other places don't so much. If they know you. Yeah, that's funny. Getting ID, because it's like, okay, do you know anyone that's under 21 years old that has a beard like this? Sorry, I'm around enough young people. Does anyone 21 years of age have a beard like this? Why are you IDing me? No, I get ID'd at the gas station, but the thing is, they have to, because they have cameras on them, because they're like corporate and they got like probably got AI stuff monitoring everything they do. Yeah, so there's some good, if you're interested in Japanese woodworking, there's really good YouTube videos, and I don't remember the guy's name, but he does traditional Japanese carpentry for the restoration of homes and timber framing, Japanese style. And you can get on YouTube, and he does full restorations of like blown out old like farm cabins and stuff in the Japanese countryside, and they're amazing because he does everything. He restores the floor, he redoes the posts and everything. And it's like, if you want to know what real carpenters are like, they think it's I've done all of that, like, and it is so much fun. It's intense and it's hard to do, but like it's probably the most rewarding thing you could ever do, is do like restorations or rework old timbers into new structures. I've done it a lot, and it's very rewarding. But also, like, so the guy, 1,000-year-olds. So like, anyone that lives in the UK, like, if you live in a certain area and you have a house as a certain age, there's like a whole load of restrictions on, on what you can and can't do on a house. So like, if you live in like an old cottage it's like a medieval cottage, like, there's a whole load of constraints on you that you can't modify certain things. And you have to have like people that know what they're doing, and like, when you know how to do that stuff, it's like, it's liberating, because yeah, this is a synth. Sorry, I'm about to zone out here, but John Doe. So I have it set up so I can do a couple different things. So I have like a drum voice. And then I have a couple of synth voices. And then I have there's what I call the childish portion of this. So if I ever want to, I can hit the
Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back! Hello, cutie pie.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
so I can have the serious part and I can have the fun part. Yeah, I have a good mic. This is a I have it actually hooked up so you can hear it. Hello, can you hear me? This is a MD. This is a SM7DB. It has a preamp on it, so I don't have to have a preamp for how I'm using it. So it can be used like this. Sorry. Yeah, I have a nice mic. Because I'm an adult, I can buy stuff. I can do what I want. Get some wire. I do. I have wire Velcro. I have like a whole thing of wire Velcro right here. It says wire Velcro right here. But I don't use it because I repatch this thing like every other day. So I use it for some stuff. But
Get to the chopper! Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back! Get to the chopper!
yeah, I every keyboard I've ever had that I've sold, I've regretted it. I used to have a Yamaha weighted keyboard that was a piano, and I regret it. I had a Korg. It was like a mini synthesizer. Totally regret selling that. Yep. No, so this isn't retro. This is modern. Almost all of these modules have been released within the past 5 years. This isn't retro. It is a bunch of us nerds making cool shit that, you know. All this stuff's new. And within the last 5 to 7 years, so.
Get to the chopper! Take your toy back to the carpet. Take it back!
So it's not making a comeback. It's here and exists, and most people don't know about it. And like, there's a whole underlying layer of like musicians that are just into just like cool, weird junk, like stuff that other people consider junk nowadays. Because you have like The computer stuff's so overstimulating or whatever. Yeah. So like these are modules. So this is a modular synth. I have like a pile of different modules that I put together and make different noises with. And yeah. It's pretty it's not common. I'm not gonna say it's common, but it's not so uncommon that yeah. Thanks. Hey guys. I'm having fun. I'm not just trying to like nerd out here. But I also want to have fun. So we got some stuff over here.
Into the chopper! Into the chopper! Toy back to the comet. Take it back! Hasta la vista, baby.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie.
We're having fun. Yeah, so yeah. So look at so the guy that made this module right here. This is the Instro Kruin. He made a module that you can connect to plants. Yep, his name's Jason. He made a module. Yeah, you can connect to plants, and it generates like micro voltages that you can then interpolate into these kind of systems. Yep. Plants, so you can like hook leads to plants, and it takes voltages generated by plants. Yep. Yeah, this is my special place. Should I tell you? So I remember, Stevie, you keep joking around, but I remember watching Predator with my dad for the first time, and we got like halfway through, and he was like, "All right, you got to go to bed." And then I went to bed, and I woke up, and he told me the rest of the story, and I never saw the end of the movie for like 10 years because like he told me the end of the story. Like Arnold covers himself in mud and he kills the alien. Like I was like, okay, that's cool.
Into the chopper! Into the chopper!
I don't know. Plants are interesting. I bet there is that. Is there anything funnier than this?
Hello, cutie pie. Into the chopper! Take his toy back to the comet. Take it back!
Take it back.
Hasta la vista, baby. Into the chopper! Into the chopper! Take your toy back to the comet. Take it back!
Take it back. I did, okay. Yeah, I'll crank the reverb all the way up. Okay, we'll crank the reverb all the way up.
Hello, cutie pie.
Okay, add a little delay, a little bit of delay. There it is. There it is. Oh, me. The most ominous. Yeah. No, totally.
Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie.
No, I'm not a mixing engineer. Not a professional of anything. Spelunking. Okay. Probably gonna have to go to bed soon. It's getting late. What do you have going on? Yeah, it's a white fart in a cave. That's right. That's exactly it. It's a white fart in a cave. Okay.
Hello, cutie pie.
But then you turn it all the way out and it goes. It's just so, I can put so much reverb on it. It doesn't even. I'm sorry. I'm being childish. I'm being childish right now. It's serious. Back to the serious synth stuff. Oh, me. The ominous shard. It's such a good. Must I take a picture of that? So should I have one thing. Should I feel like I should make prank phone calls. Should I do that? Got enough people in here that can tell me whether they think that should or not. Cats are bumping outside. I don't know what they're doing. No, I can't. My phone's tied up. So one thing I thought about doing is finding restaurants with 1-star reviews that are actually really good restaurants that have like really good reviews, and then calling them and asking about their 1-star reviews. Like, hey, so-and-so said your salad was rotten. This setup is a modular synth setup, so right now it's playing itself. Sort of, I have a patch going on, but well, no. So I've been watching. Do y'all watch Sue? Her name's Sarasota. Her prank call voice is called Sue Dillon. And that's probably the funniest thing I've seen in years. So I've been watching her a lot the last few days. Yeah, I was thinking like I could, because like I'm trying to think of ways to where I'm not doing it in a way that's harassing, because in some states like harassing prank phone calls are a felony, which is kind of ridiculous. So I was thinking like, okay, I could call restaurants and I could ask them about their 1-star reviews, and I could be really detailed. and then I could call them multiple nights in a row because you're not going to get the same. You're not going to get the same people every night because you're going to have different workers. So some people may play into the joke more than others, but yeah, I've been watching lots of prank photos. Stevie recommended what do you recommend, Stevie? The bail bondsman? Dude, those freaking prank phone calls are they prank call him with his own voice on a sound bank, and it's just like, dude, I can't even imagine. Okay, I'll try that. I watched the like bail bondsman. Whatever they're called, the prank calls, and they got like probably 30 or 45 minutes of them, and they're just like, they get so deep that it's like you have to be so in on the joke, it's unreal. We used to do these, so like if no one knows what sound banks were back when there was early internet days, and there was like Black Sheep and MySpace and like a couple other random websites. This was the kind of stuff we were doing for prank phone calls.
Take your toy back to the comic. Take it back. Get to the chopper. Take your toy back to the comic. Take it back. Hasta la vista, baby. Hello, cutie pie. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
It's not a tumor.
I'll be back.
I mean, it was that stuff all day long. So, yeah. You keep asking that. You keep spamming in the chat, Ethan. I'm gonna, yeah. Ethan, you were not long for this. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, it wouldn't be. I would bother the service workers. It'd be that you try to get. So if you ever do a good prank call, you try to get the person to play into the joke, so you don't denigrate them as a worker, because I'm a worker. I mean, like I do this kind of thing, and I have to take phone calls and stuff. So you don't denigrate them as a worker, but you would get them to play into the joke. So like, hey, do you guys serve rotten salad? And they're like, no, we don't serve rotten salad. So-and-so said you did. And then you try to get them to like, not self-deprecate, but do it in a way where it's such like, you're not insulting them as an individual. So yeah, there's no one like, because yeah, I don't know, just ideas. Anyone got any ideas before I head out of here? Yo, man, we had a good time tonight. It's not, so I don't have anything in at the moment that hooks up to MIDI. I do have, so like, so I have this guy. If I wanted to hook anything up to MIDI, I'd use this guy. So basically you plug in MIDI here, and then it turns it into control voltages. And so anything I have that has MIDI output, you could communicate with. Good. You got farts on the brain?
Hello, cutie pie. Hello, cutie pie.
I told someone earlier, they said, they said, oh, what was it? Sorry, my brain's gonna go out right now. Oh, you're doing fart jokes. And I said, I'm like, if you don't fart, you're not human. Because it's like one of the most basic things. It's ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous.
Hello, cutie pie.
It's ridiculous. Utterly absurd. Someone's blowing up my hearts. Thanks. Yeah, it's human. So. How old am I? I'm too old. It's like a more than a little, less than a lot. Is that the way to put it? I'm not old. I'm not young. I'm not middle-aged quite, but I'm close to it. And if you guys keep commenting about my fart bank, I'm gonna make the entire. So I almost did the entire thing farts, but then I was like, so if you watch my last short I did, I was almost gonna do it. Fart. So I feel like, so I don't know. It's okay, Stevie. I feel like you probably understand this because you seem to be about the age in which we understand each other. Like, there was weird stuff when I was a kid where it was like, it was a little wild, and then it got away from that, and then now it's like, okay, we need a little bit of wildness in the internet. Like, there needs, like, YouTube used to be like the internet video making, all this stuff used to be kind of a wild thing where like you as an individual could make something goofy and whatever, and it could totally take off, and it could just be something that resided in this like niche kind of space. But then like it got tame because it got controlled. So like everybody wanted to control it. And then now like I get online and I look at like, I go through lives. Like if you get on YouTube and you just go through the lives, there's a weirdness there that it's like, okay, I think the internet's getting back to its like there's a fun aspect to it. So, oh yeah, golly. I mean, 2003 to 2010 on the internet was just so much fun. I mean, so much fun. But, I don't know. What do I know? Anyways, anybody got anything else they want to say? I'm hanging out. I'll hang out for a little longer if you guys want to chat about anything. But if not, I'm gonna wind down here and go. What do you mean by it used to be an actual thing? I'll be right back. I gotta go. Go see about somewhere. I wish I could find my own websites. Yeah.
It's not a
Sorry, was that ridiculous? Yeah, it is. Get some sleep, bro. Yeah, I should, but I don't know. Yeah, there was some. I may just turn all this off. I'm actually gonna just disconnect it all. I haven't turned it off. I don't think on the laptop. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I miss the old days of like I didn't have good internet access, so I remember driving to a friend's house, and because he had better internet because his dad was an engineer at the local nuclear plant, and so they had to have a better connection so he could do his thing, and so we would go over there and we could there was a website called Black Sheep. Does anyone remember that? Any of y'all remember that website? I believe it's called Black Sheep. And it was the first time I ever heard, if you ever get a chance, just type in Star Wars gangster rap. It was a thing back in 2004, I think once. It was fun. It was a variety of raps done with Star Wars voices, which I'm really curious how they did those back then. Yeah, those days were good. Those days were awesome. Yeah. Oh me. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, remember going online and looking at like bands pages on MySpace? I felt like bands kept MySpace going for a long time. Oh gosh, Kazaa, yeah, yep. I remember I probably gave my parents' computer so many viruses off of downloading stuff off Kazaa. There was this, yeah. I remember my parents sent the computer to the local like tech place, like it was like a computer store, and the guy was like, "Are you guys looking at bad websites?" And they brought the computer home, and they're like, "Are you looking at bad websites?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not looking at bad websites." But I'm like, "But I am downloading copious amounts of things off of Kazaa, like music and like video games that aren't gonna work on this computer and like all this stuff." It's pretty funny. Oh, dude, Remember? Okay. Remember the line by line? If you've ever downloaded pictures that maybe you shouldn't have been looking at as a teenager, remember it would load line by line. Bro. Yep, LimeWire. Yep. There's torrents now, but everyone says torrent things, and I'm like, I never understand like what are common torrents now. Like I've never Pirate Bay. If you spam the chat and you keep asking me to say stuff, you gonna get gone. Yeah, the internet was weird. It was strange back in the day. Yeah, you should. Yeah, don't ask me to say things, please. Yeah, they were weird. So like, I remember, I'm trying to think of things I remember. Music, a lot of music. So like, I remember downloading Saint Anger. You can look up the date. You can probably date me by this. Saint Anger by Metallica. I remember downloading that when it came out on Kazaa. I remember playing the video game Nox. So my cousin had it, and I didn't have the game, and I was like, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna find this game, and so I downloaded it and I played. It was a good game. Thanks. This one's good. This is a life. It's a life is good shirt. I like them because the fabric's nice. This shirt. This is the shirt. You ready? You ready? Ready? Yeah. This is the shirt right here. And the back's even better. I'll show you the back. And it shows you how to make an origami cat on the back. See? Yeah. It's good. Yeah, I like these. I don't know anything about them. The fabric, it has to do with the feel of the fabric and how it ages over time. Yep. Yeah, kitty. It is a kitty. It's his name is Lord Normal, I think. So get on what's the website called? Oh, bro, I can't remember. Let's see. I'll have to look at the tag. Can you see the tag? Can you see the tag? I can't see the tag. There it is. Rip and Dip. That's it. Rip and Dip. Get on Rip and Dip's website. They have them. This one is like, it's not mineral washed anymore. They actually do them where they're actually put them through stone wash, I think. So I'm chill. I'm not high. That's the thing. I'm chill. I'm not high. I love hiking. So have y'all any of y'all been to Maine? The best place I've ever hiked. So 12 years ago, went to Bar Harbor, Maine. That is a fun place to hike. Has anyone ever hiked there on Mount Desert Island? Yeah. Yeah. I don't smoke any J's, but I'm sure we'd have a good time. Yeah, Mount Desert Island is awesome because it has like 6 or 7 different kinds of terrain. rocky, and then the way the trees are on the different side of the mountains, then near the beach, and then you can go onto the island across. When the tide goes out, you can go across and hike on the island. It's pretty cool. I don't snowboard. I skateboard. I've skateboarded for years, but I don't snowboard. Snowboarding's hard. I feel like it's a whole different set of skills. So when I see guys that cross over, it's like they cross over, but it's a totally different set of like the way you orient your body in space. I skate. I mean, I still have skateboards. I skate. I've taught my kids to skate. I don't do a whole lot. I didn't skate around anyone that was really good, so I never got to see people doing like really cool tricks. So it was hard to learn because back then we only had like VHS tapes. So like I'd go over to a friend's house and he'd have a VHS tape, and it was the most insane stuff I'd ever seen. And we would skate, just street, just driveway, like rural South Georgia. We were skating in driveways, and we were lucky that our parents let us buy skateboards. And so, like, the only stuff I ever saw, I had a friend who had some skate videos. And the only time I ever saw cool tricks was on like a skate video, and then he learned off of that. He was really good, but he was the only person that I knew and skated around that was like skilled. Because, yeah, it was an odd thing. Yeah, I tried snowboarding one time, and I was like, I felt like I about broke my neck, and I was done with that. But yeah, we used to skate. Skating's fun. I can never do switch and all it, all that stuff, because it was yeah, it's one of those things you got to learn like went super early, and I never learned it super early. I didn't realize it was integral to like learn to skate switch all the time, and once, because most of the guys that are really good can orient their body in space at multiple, at in a variety of ways, and I could never do that. I probably have never listened. I remember. Okay, I'll tell you my Ozzy Osbourne story, which is not much of a story. I went to the grocery store after Ozzy died, and they were talking about different Ozzy songs. The guy checking me out, and the guy bagging, and they said, "Oh, we're talking about Ozzy," and I was like, I don't know anything about Ozzy other than like clips from the reality show that he was on. And they were like, "Oh, we don't judge." And I'm like, "I bet you do judge, because you just looked at me funny." Oh yeah. So there's a couple of guys. There's some really good guys on YouTube. They just post great skate videos, and I like watching them because I'm like, if I could have seen this when I was a teenager, I could have done insane things. But I never got to see this because it was so hard to like get like hard flip or a tray flip or a like I didn't even know what names to call tricks, because we would just do them. But they were like, we called them one thing, and then I would see them and they're like, they call them a different thing. Yeah. And yeah, we would. I didn't know. Like, I remember, but me and my friends, we would sit out. Like, he had like a set of stairs, and then he had a place where you could like go out, and he had a picnic table setting, and we would skate that, and we'd grind on, he had a little rail, we'd grind on the rail, we'd do stuff off the picnic table, and then he had a set of stairs and then like a ledge, and we would do all that, and it was like all in this really tight backyard, but it was multi-tiered, and it had like a weird layout, and we would have so much fun. Yeah, I don't even, it's one of those things where like it's like the 5 minute mile. No one knew they could do something until they saw someone else do the 5 minute mile. And then with skateboarding, it's just like, it's insane. Like I was hanging out with the guy the other day at the park, and we were talking about skateboarding, and he was telling me whatever, and he like how, whatever he skated and whatever. And I got another guy came up, and it was a younger dude, and the dude like could do insane stuff. It was unreal. It was like, okay. Like my brain can never have even yeah, so like I wasn't great at a lot of stuff, but I could handle, which is weird. I couldn't do a lot of stuff, but stairs I could totally get, because I don't know if it was my height, because I'm taller. Stairs never scared me at all. Yeah. So like we used to go to a place that had a park, and they had a half pipe, and they had quarter pipes, and they had all the stuff. Like, bro, I could not. I skated, because we skated street, ledges, stairs, all that stuff so much. When I got to doing ramps and things, I was like, I could not take it. It was, yeah. Thanks, Hard Rock. I love some of these comments. I love. I have no idea how to respond to them. They're probably just spam responses, but bro, hey, I visited Shanghai once because I liked a guy, and I went and it went great, and we don't talk anymore. Any advice on how to grow and forget? And it's that's such a good comment. It's like, is that is, are you is that designed for a response? That's fun. Is that is there any response to that? How do I give you advice to grow on from going to Shanghai to hang out with a guy? I have no idea. That's insane. Sounds fun. I mean, we all grow up. I mean, you think about like, I don't know, I had a handful of girlfriends before I'm not on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast. Mazer. I'm from I'm I should do a voice sometime. I don't Okay, so I had a hard time as a child with spelling, and so I was homeschooled from a very young age. And I learned phonics to read because they weren't teaching phonics in schools at the time. So I feel like my accent's going to be off because I learned to read differently than most people. And therefore I learned to speak differently. So I don't I don't talk like the people I grew up around, but I could talk like the people I grew up around because they talked about down yonder and up in the holler and the stuff and down in the business and all that stuff. But I can hardly talk like them because I had to learn to read and write the right way. I had to learn to read and write the correct way and to enunciate and do all this stuff because my brain didn't pick up whatever nonsense they were teaching in school at the time. So I can't talk like them people I grew up around, even though they're plenty smart. They were plenty smart. I could talk. I can get close, but I can't. Yeah, I can't go down the creek and get in the holler and we had them crawdads we used to go down and get and fish around. I mean, yeah, down yonder in the creek. I can't. It's like I can't talk like that. But that's what I grew up around. Um, dude, heel flips are awesome. Yep, that's the one thing. Like I can do kick flips, heel flips. I feel like I could hit them every time. Um, Heel flips are just such a good trick. It feels awkward at first, but once you learn to hit them, I feel like they're really good. Yeah, I'm not on the West Coast. I've never been. I've been to the farthest west I've been is to Colorado. I've been to Colorado probably 20 years ago. Yeah, do it. You gonna have to stop hitting that grass, boy. You gonna hit that five there, Mazer. I didn't see your question. Do you have a question? A while back. Let's see. You did not ask a question. There's no possible way because yeah. Boys or girls? Did you see my question? Boys or girls? What do you think? Yeah, so I hill flip was one of the last like solid tricks I learned that I could hit every time. But once I learned it, it I don't know, it was awkward. Every time I ever did a hill flip, every time I ever landed a hill flip, it's been awkward. But I can land them every time. I can't land the kick flip every time, which is weird. The kick flips feel way more natural, but I turned it all off. Sorry, man. I turned it off. It's just me. So I'm gonna do some videos, and I thought about like I gotta find up something I can just hang my Furbies from, and just do this. And they're like fake earrings. People are like, what are those? Because these are McDonald's. I collected these from. These are McDonald's Furbies. Because if you didn't know, Furbies, they did a release of like clip-on Furbies for like backpacks and stuff. You ever seen these? This is the best one. I'm gonna get this guy. Oh gosh, come on. There it is. Look at him. Look at this guy. Why they decided they needed to put this big old tag on, I don't know. But look at this guy. He's so cute. I mean, who doesn't think this is adorable? I have a couple of those. They're weird. So you put batteries in them, and they're weird. They are weird. I have a couple original Furbies, like the OG ones, and then I have a couple of the second gen ones. I don't have any of the new ones, but I have a couple of the first and second gen ones, and they are crazy. And then I have a whole. Oh, okay. So I got this one. I got this one. I don't have Tamagotchis. I saw them on the Lego aisle at Walmart, and I had to like restrain from getting them. Okay, so can I tell y'all a story? Can I tell y'all a story? So when I was a kid, my mom used to clean houses. It's one of the things she did to earn money. She could do anything. She worked at the bank. She did all sorts of stuff. And one of the kids that we cleaned houses for had a Tamagotchi. They had to leave it at home, of course. They couldn't take it to school. And I used to go with my mom to clean this house, and I would reset the Tamagotchi every time I went there. I would find a pin and I would reset it so I could play with it how I wanted to. And I probably did it 15 times. And I guarantee you, I drove whoever had that Tamagotchi. I drove them insane. I can tell you the name of the people's house. I never met any of them, but I totally reset that Tamagotchi every time I went there because I was homeschooled at the time. So, yep, it was fun. Y'all want to see my other Furbies? I have some other ones. I got some other stuff too. So. I got a bunch of toys. I'm going to sell some of them. This is what is this? Can someone in the chat tell me what this is? This is a one of a kind Darth Vader with a Santa hat. He's pretty cool. And I have this guy. Who can someone tell me? I want to hear it. First person to shout out whose character this is. Will get a prize. Whose character is this? Come on, we got 11 guys. Look at. Y'all know who this is. It's the pointy-haired boss from. Somebody knows this. Oh, you're close, dude. You're close. Norbert. So, yep, it has the name of the comic strip has a Bert in it. Something Bert. The author who drew this comic died about 2 weeks ago. No one? Nobody knows this? This is like, I don't know. I'm sentimental because I used to listen to his podcast. He's a nice guy. He's a good internet dad. It's do y'all know who Scott Adams is? This is one of those things I can't talk about things I think about or listen to or whatever. Yeah. It's not Filbert. This is the pointy-haired boss from Dilbert. Yep, Dilbert. Yep. You know Scott Adams, who used to draw Dilbert? Does anyone know Scott? Scott, yep, Dilbert. Yeah, Scott died about 2 weeks ago. It is a very Norm Macdonald looking stuffy. Yep. Yeah. So like Dilbert, Catbert, yeah. I'm still a little sad about it. Scott passed away. If you watch the last short I did when I sip a cup of coffee, Scott's thing was when he did his podcast, he always sipped a cup of coffee beforehand, and he had a little poem he read. He wasn't the most well-liked individual, so I'm not gonna sit on here and be like, ooh, people hated him. But yeah, he was a good dude, and he live streamed. He did his podcast the day before he died. He was insane. He was a good dude. Whatever he said or whatever he did, I don't care. He he kind of pioneered the like online dad sphere. If you don't know, most of y'all probably don't know what that is. He was he had a locals page. So most of the stuff after he got canceled. So if y'all know what cancel culture is, well, fuck that bullshit. Fuck cancel culture all the way to hell. He got canceled to hell, and yeah, but he didn't care. So you better not have participated. Just kidding. That's the thing. I don't care. Does anyone care? Does anyone care anymore? Scott was awesome. You want to see the rest of my Furbies? I got some more Furbies. Let me show you the rest of my Furbies, and then I'll get out of here. He got canceled because he said you need to not be near people that don't like you, and that got. But the thing is okay. So he got canceled. I'm not gonna say it because it's a whole thing, but I found him because he was being interviewed by. Do you know who Hotep Jesus is? He's an interesting dude. I found Scott because I watched an interview with him on Hotep Jesus. So there's a whole like universe of cancellation and things going on at the time, and it's like none of it made sense. And he kind of went a little extreme, but you know, I mean. Are y'all PC? Is anyone in here PC? Is PC a thing still? Yeah. Anyways. Okay. These Furbies are legit. Okay, these are original McDonald's Furbies from 2000. I mean, look at this guy. Is he not cute? I mean, I'm a grown man, and this guy's, he is cute. I mean, look at him. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I mean, utterly absurd. Okay? Here. These are awesome. These are from 2000. These are like, what is it, 2026? These are 26 years old. These are mint. Mint. Beautiful. I mean, like, get online and watch Look Mum No Computer. He's a synth guy. Makes his own synths. He made a Furby organ out of original Furbies, original run of Furbies. Bro, I'm telling you, there's some total weirdos out there, and dude, the Beanie Babies. So I had a friend that worked at McDonald's in the years of the Beanie Babies from McDonald's, and he had like. Somehow he took home like a 50-gallon like bucket of them. Okay, here we go. See? Is he not cool? What's going on, dude? Is this not the coolest thing? Look at those. Look at that dimples in this right here. I don't have a big. So Let me see. I'll show you the ones I have. This, okay. That's the last one. Last one. Sorry. That's a little crazy. This is the last one. Look at him. Tiger stripe. Look at this guy. Is he? I'm a grown fucking man. Is he not freaking cool? Okay. Also, okay, if you're not a Furby fan, okay, Gremlins are Furbies. That's like a whole thing. So Gremlins is my favorite, like 80s. I mean, is 80? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. Gremlins, Furbies, are they not similar? Y'all? Yeah, Mogwai. Yeah, the Mogwai are freaking Furbies. Okay? Don't feed them after midnight. Don't give them water. Okay. This is the I'm sorry. This is the extent of my Furby collection. I'm not gonna be totally lame. I'm sorry, but I freaking love Furbies. It's a weird thing. This is it. This is it. This is my Furby. This is my This is it. This is all the Furbies I have that are from McDonald's from the 2000s. Okay. How did y'all get me here? Stevie, you tune in and out. What happened? This is it. This is it. I promise. These are going to be featured in all of my videos from here on out. Okay. I've at one of like every color, and they're freaking awesome. I have one that the kids play with, and then I have one of that's the second gen ones, and then I have a older one that's from the 90s, and it doesn't work so well. It forgets itself. It can be on for a day, and the batteries kind of reset. It doesn't quite remember who it is. The other one does good, but the batteries don't. I feel like the batteries don't last very long at all. Needs to last longer if you're gonna get. I feel like it's the OG of like AI, of like something learning off of input. Like, I'm sorry. Must I show you my Furby collection? I love Furbies. I know it's a weird thing, but anyways, after I got all teary eyed, I'm gonna buy some Dilbert stuff before it gets too far gone. But I love Dilbert. Sorry for anybody that doesn't like Scott, but Scott was the OG. Go reframe your brain. He'll help you. Go buy his books. But yeah. Other than that, Furbies are freaking awesome. Yeah, the Tamagotchis are like so cool. I remember playing with them when I was a kid, and they were pretty cool. There's a skate park. I've never been to it. There's a skate park on the east side of town where I'm at. Yeah, the cow print one's pretty cool. This guy's pretty freaking cool. Yeah, there's a skate park. I don't know about competitive. There's absolutely no way I could compete in a skate park, but yeah, we got skate parks around. I say we do. We have one, but there's a couple of guys I know that they're normal dudes, and then they go skate like underpasses on lunch break. Yeah. Okay. Anything you want to talk about before we go? I'm just chilling. Our region is filled with dudes. That's interesting. How old are the guys? Because are they like older guys or younger guys play skate? 30s, yeah. I mean, that's about right. Because like when I'm late 30s, so skating was a big deal when I was a kid, and so I still have a skateboard and I can still skate. And that's the thing, like it's a sport. So like imagine anybody that played soccer or football or anything, like it's a set of muscles and you learn to repeat the motions. And so like, yeah, you're gonna get guys of that age that skateboarding was a big deal in the I don't know, early 2000s. Yep. Because yeah, skating's fun. I mean, skating. There's nothing better because you skate a bunch and you feel it tax on your body, like you feel the weight of it on your body. But then you like wake up the next day and you're like, oh, I need to go skate some more. It's a weird thing, and like it's probably what most people feel when they yeah. So like have y'all so like I finally got my algorithm to sync up with me from looking up different things. Yeah, the time capsule. You should put a toy in there, Stevie. Put a toy in your times capsule. Not just the power cord to some random thing. Put a Tamagotchi. What so okay. Stevie's in here all the time, so I'm gonna ask him. Is there something sci-fi that you're into that you would recommend for everyone that's still hanging out? Um, I've been going through the movie, show, books, whatever. So like I'm not even gonna get into all the stuff I'm into, but the I've been going through the Expanse books, the last 3 books. Okay, I know there's, you know, I never watched the show. Red Dwarf. Red Dwarf's awesome. It is like the OG of sci-fi comedy. I feel like every sci-fi comedy is based like is there an episode of Star Trek that doesn't include some like element of like Red Dwarf? I don't probably not. Um it is amazing. But I've been going through the Expanse last 3 novels. Some there's comedic elements to it, but there's also like time things and all sorts of stuff. Oh, I don't know. Switch is my new addiction. You mean switch switch skating or switch the game play console? Watched Expanse. Yeah, so I wouldn't recommend. I've never watched the show The Expanse. I've read the books. Um, that I would recommend. I can't speak for the show. Switch skating. I mean, I play the Switch. Yeah, I got a Switch right here. This is the best thing ever. Super Mario Odyssey on the Switch is amazing. I mean, absolutely. Amazing. Um, so yeah, I'm not gonna vouch for the books. I mean the movies, the show on The Expanse. The books are amazing, and the so apparently does anyone have apparently someone's releasing a new PlayStation 2, but it's not an emulator. It takes the original controllers, memory cards, and all that, but it has a SD card instead. I don't know. I just saw it today. Thought that was cool. But yeah, the Expanse novels are there's something else. The last three, I, I'll spoil it. I'll spoil it for you. Um, the last you get to the end, and it's like 1,000 years in the future, and you're like hanging on the edge, and then I'm not going to tell you the end, but someone's still there from the original, and you're like, your head explodes because it's the best character. And it's the character that is the toughest. You know, he's from Boston. Okay, the chat's gone. The chat's gone indecipherable. I don't know what's going on. But, anyways, I still got people here. What are y'all up to? What are y'all in America or are y'all somewhere else? Because it's late. What's up, NDT? I'm just chilling. I'm about to close out the night. I've had a couple of people tell me to go to bed, but I had a friend, I remember he got Gran Turismo 4. I remember the first day he got it. It was like, could you set up Pittsburgh? What? Have you slept already and then woken up? Yeah, unlike me, who stayed up all the night. Thomas Jane, okay. Yeah, I'm a night owl. But I slept into the day, so good. I'm glad there's many of us. Twisted Metal, Black, yeah. Do you all remember playing Twisted Metal on the PlayStation, like the PS1, for the first time, and like just blowing your mind? Like, I can't believe I'm playing in 3 dimensions, and have a car that has like missiles attached to it. It blew my head. See, that's weird. I wonder if did y'all have different? Were there different releases in England, Stevie? Because like I don't remember that at all. I had friends that were like so into original PlayStation. Y'all already getting snow? I haven't even checked. There's probably snow in here. Okay. Never mind. I take that back, Stevie. We had the Burnout. The Burnout was weird because I played it on I remember playing Burnout on the computer. I think I got an illegal copy somehow. And when I played on the computer, probably off of one of those Lime Wires or Kazas or whatever. Go blow it out, bro. Go get it out. Go blow it out, man. Okay. So can I tell you a story? So I was in high school. Yeah. I was in Miss something other's biology class. And they did a school lockdown. And I had a friend who had burned me a bunch of games. One was Hitman, and one was like Need for Speed or Burnout, or I think it was something like that. And they did a lockdown, and they like went through all our backpacks and everything. And they were like, we came back in, and Miss Connor, it's her Miss Connor's biology class, and she goes, "You guys are gonna need to be real careful about the kind of CDs you're keeping in your backpacks." And I had Hitman and like Burnout in my backpack, okay? And they didn't take anything, but they went through all of our stuff, and I knew because a friend of mine had burned those for me that day, and he had just given them to me, and they did the lockdown, and and I'm like, how is it that like on the day of the lockdown they freaking, yeah, it was weird, bro. Like, but like the Hitman game, I remember playing it, and I was just like, I was weirded out by it because I don't know. At the time when I was a kid, it like there wasn't anything else out there like that. So like you would start playing it, and you would almost be like, I don't know how to play this because there wasn't anything else out there like that. But now you go and turn on Hitman, and it's like, oh, it's just a Hitman game. But when you're, 14 years old in 2003 or whatever it was, it was a totally different. Are you getting political, Hyman Breaker? Are you getting political? Do you want to know my thoughts about immigration? Do you really want to know my thoughts about immigration enforcement in my country? Sorry, I may not should say anything. Just type in the name Laken Riley. Just type it in. Give it a good look and say, am I going to ask the guy that lives near this thing what his thoughts on illegal immigration are? Just do it. Do it. Do it. I've never smoked weed. So, yeah. I wouldn't know what smoking weed is like. Mr. Whatever saying anything. Sorry. Y'all got me worked up. Y'all sorry, ask me about politics. It's freaking 5 a.m. here. So did anyone play Hitman where you could throw the briefcase? I saw that hack the other day. You don't get political here. I don't care. I really don't. I mean, I can get political either one way or the other. I could swing. I could do one way or the other, this side or the other. Everything's brainwashing. Stevie's been here. Everything's freaking manipulation. There's no side that's on your side. Like if you look at if you look for a politician for salvation, you're looking for the wrong place. There's other places to look for help. It's not going to be found in people seeking political power, for sure. And there's no one good individual. That's the thing. Anything that has to do with politics, I do like, I mean, y'all can have fun with that. That's cool. It's all good. See, we got everyone all over the place. That's the way it should be. Be like, I don't know. I like ice in my whiskey. I don't like ice in my whiskey. I don't know. I mean, maybe a little ice, maybe one chunk of ice, maybe not 3 chunks of ice. You know, maybe, probably. Because it's like, is it all over the world? I don't even know where anyone's from. Because like, I don't even know how far do politics, like local politics in America, span. It'd be interesting. Because I mean, I guess we're just vegan. Oh, just when I just when I think people are not yeah, it's Colorado's 3 a.m. in the car. Just when I think things don't get unhinged enough, the vegans start commenting. Bruh. Okay. So like, have you ever read the old? So if you want to say God, what God are you talking about? Are you talking God of the Old Testament? Are you talking about God of the New Testament? Because God of the Old Testament allowed for sacrifices of animals, and they cooked them on a giant grill, and they ate them at a giant party to celebrate their sacrifices to God of their first and best. Okay. So bitter and cold. Bro, yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I'm emotional, and my woman is not emotional. She is cold as ice. And God said, sacrifice the animals to me, and we're going to cook them up on a giant grill, and we're going to eat them. So, I mean, he wrote everything down in books so we could read it, right? So books are okay, right? You against books? Justice for animals? I mean, how's your knowledge passed down? You like, I mean, I don't know. Pretty much. Now we're cooking. We have justice for animals in here, bro. Only demons and the devil would perform animal sacrifices on innocent creatures. Bro, that's like, like every freaking, I don't know. You guys are fun. We gotta, justice for animals is gonna get everyone riled up here. Demons make you eat animals. What about fish? You okay? You okay with fish? Because I mean, humans sacrifice themselves for all sorts of things. I sacrificed my body for all sorts of gains for someone else this week. Is that evil? Is that of demons? Daemons. Daemons is interesting. Term. Epigenetic. God will show no mercy on the merciless. What God are you talking about? You talking about Yahweh? Yeah, mermaids are the best. Actually, a good mermaid sushi is absolutely amazing. The more intelligent, the better. Creator of all. Which creator? Are you talking about Yahweh? Are you talking about Vishnu? Or are you talking about Brahman? Or are you talking about Allah? Who are you talking about? Justice for animals. Do you make up your own God? Did you make up a God that doesn't exist? Because I believe most of the gods exist. I don't necessarily believe they exist in the way you think. The God of all gods. So which God is that? Is that Allah? Is that Yahweh? Is that Brahman? Who are you talking about? Come on. I think Bob Ross is probably closer than what you're talking about. You just make up a god that doesn't exist and has never existed, and it's your god. It's the god of animal justice. It's the god of fish justice. The sharks in the sea cry. They do not want their fins to be made into shark fin soup anymore. I am religious. And my God told me, eat. It's all clean. How soon? How soon are you going to come to my house and decry justice on me? Justice for animals. Get worked up, bro. Get worked up. Are you a woman or are you a man? Do you have a peen or do you have a veen? The god of speed. Mercury came to me in a vision. He told me I shouldn't eat meat. So, I don't know what that joke is, but I feel like I should. Savitar? I don't know what Savitar. I'm just messing around. Do I feel about the Second Amendment? Ask anyone in Australia how they feel about the Second Amendment when they got locked up for COVID. I mean, come on, bro. What do you think I feel? What we did is we gave all our guns to the government. We said, here, man, take them. And then they locked us in cages. And now we're like, here, we're going to give more power to this thing. And we're going to say, here, take even more of our stuff. How do I feel about the Second Amendment? What do you think? Bro, we're having fun. We're cooking tonight. God? Which God? Tell me which God. That's all I'm asking. Which God do you worship? Do you worship Yahweh? Do you worship Brahman? Do you worship whatever the Taoists believe? Do you worship Allah? You got to tell me which one you're talking about. I tend towards Yahweh / Jehovah, but, you know, it's just me. Which one do you tend towards? Oh, what's going on, guys? Is it snowing where y'all are at? Anyone in here? Is this snowing anywhere? I see some weird emojis. I don't know what to make of that. Is it snowing anywhere where y'all are at? It's going to snow a lot tomorrow. I mean, Jesus said that, as far as I can recall from having read the New Testament, the 6 or 7 times, Jesus said that not one letter of the law, not one dot or tittle would be struck down. So that meant that the old law stood kind of ish. I don't know. I mean, maybe I read it wrong. Maybe I read it wrong. But you can go read it for yourself and see what he said about it. No snow there. Now you'll get rain. Is it just rain there forever and ever? So anyone watched the show? I've watched the show Still Game like 10 times through because it's the funniest thing ever. And it's based in Scotland, outside of Glasgow, Scotland. And all they ever do is get rained on. There's never any snow. I don't know that. You'd have to enlighten me on the Siren Head legend. Asmongold's long-lost brother? Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. Simp? Simp for what? You're gonna have to. A monad? Man, you get some philosophical terms in here. I'm a monad. That's bro. Are you a monist? Or are you a what are you? Tell me what you are. If you can use that word, you can tell me what you are philosophically. Narcissistic? I mean, I don't know. What are we supposed to eat each other for protein? I mean, I don't quite understand. A simp is a hard, yeah, a simp's a hard word. If you're gonna say simp, you gotta tell me what I'm a simp for. I mean, you can insult me. I don't care. What the fuck? I mean, we're just on the internet. I mean, Gnosticism? I'm not a Gnostic. I think Gnosticism is fucking demons. But I don't need to, you guys are getting me too. I don't know. It's not snowing here yet, I don't think. It's snowing near me. Yeah, it's gonna be snowing soon. Have y'all ever read? Okay, I'm gonna recommend a book. If you want to know about Gnosticism and an artificial intelligence, you need to read Joe Allen's book, Dark Eon. Okay, yeah, I don't know about monads and Gnosticism. That's interesting because I've read a good bit about Gnosticism. I haven't read it in a while, but but I don't have it. I don't have it up here. Yeah, look up Joe Allen's book, Dark Eon. He writes a good bit about AI and Gnosticism. Gulliver's Travels is an excellent parable. I agree. It's not a tumor. It's Gnosticism. It's not a tumor. I just read a bunch of Thomas Aquinas, and you guys are telling me I don't know anything about Gnosticism. I've not passed out in a gutter. I've passed out on a bed. I've probably passed out in a bathtub. Bicardial mind hypothesis. That sounds fun. So I do have a master's in philosophy, so I'm not afraid to read anything. So I've read a ton, and I do have a master's in philosophy. So I'm not afraid to. I screenshotted something someone said. Yeah, bicardial mind hypothesis. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you screenshotting stuff? I'm screenshotting things so I can remember them for tomorrow or today, whatever it is. Bicameral. Okay. Hegel? I haven't read a lot of Hegel. I've read some Heidegger. I don't think I've read a lot of Hegel. Thanks. Amazon. This is, they make so my head is extra big. They make extra large hats. And it has a like a wash to it, so it looks cool. So two rooms. Are you in a? I'm not in a yurt. I'm in the funny room. So, it's where the roof meets a room in the house. The only room in the house. Yep. And it's just drywall. Now they have these weird faux beams. So these are like fake beams they put in there. Who's the great philosophers of recent times? The great philosophers of recent times, you should read Bill Vallicella. Bill Vallicella currently blogs. He has a blog called The Maverick Philosopher. He is probably one of the great minds of our time. Yep. I mean, then you have like Richard Nagel, and you have if you've never read John Searle's theories on philosophy of language are extremely good. If you've never, if you if you want something interesting to look up right now, go read about it on Stanford whatever dictionary philosophy or whatever it is. Go and look up John Searle's Chinese room argument, and it will change the way you think about AI forever. He was right, and AI will never be intelligent. And he didn't even know he was writing an argument for that when he wrote it. But yeah, AI will never be intelligent because it can't be, because it can't know what words mean. It can only know it. It can only know theories of round words. What? Are you talking about Fred? Are you like making a Fred Durst, like a distant Fred Durst reference? The cookie? The cookie, I did it for the cookie. I mean, I don't know. If the instructions from the left side of their brain as instructions for God were right and it led them to happiness, would it be wrong? That'd be my question. Yeah. So like that'd be the question, is like, is it wrong? I mean, you could say it's God or not God or fake God or whatever. But if it's wrong and led to happiness, then wouldn't it be right? So would it matter whether or not it existed or not? I don't know. Just a question. Yeah, I mean, the nature of consciousness is an excellent question, but it's something you can't answer without being conscious. Yeah. So the AI thing's ridiculous because it's gonna confuse. So like we grew up in an age where we saw things that were fake, CGI. So we got good at detecting things. But older generations didn't. So they don't have the same set of skills we do. I mean, yeah, what's up? don't drag this down into Politico. We're talking about philosophical things right now. Philosophical things are fun because they allow you to think in a way that's not bound down to politics. Politics are so binary. Yeah, the encounter. See, that's why I like sci-fi so much, because it. So, have you ever read the book by Philip K. Dick called "Flow My Tears"? The policeman said. It's an excellent book, and it explores someone who gets erased from time because they take a drug that was given to them by someone who had it's a whole weird thing. But there's a lot of really good, just good sci-fi that helps you explore sort of the nature of reality and whatnot. I feel like it's a Stevie book. Yeah. Flow My Tears, the policeman said. That's such a good, like, I mean, it combines aspects of what's the Philip K. Dick book about the policemen where they wear suits? Scanner Darkly. Is that it? It combined, so like he has different phases. So he wrote in phases where like he was more like a strictly trying to be sci-fi writer, and then he wrote in phases where he was trying to like be edgy. And so you get this kind of scope of work where you're like there's this crossovers. And one of my favorites is I've never been to jail because I'm not a criminal. Um, what's it called? The Not The Machine Stops. The Machine Stops is written by someone else. He wrote, what's it called? It's about a time traveler. Oh man, I'll have to look it up. But he wrote a book on Kindle. I can find it quick. Yeah, read Dark Eon if you've never read Dark Eon. Man, I'm gonna have to find it. The Variable Man. That's what it's called. So it's called The Variable Man. So the future, present, they're conducting a war with humans that are coming back from Proxima Centauri or wherever it is. And they have a machine that's a giant AI machine, and they feed in all the like data of what's going on, and it calculates who's going to win the war. And so they're constantly feeding in data, and they're like, okay, we're going to win the war. No, they're going to win the war. No, we're going to win the war. And there's like a back and forth in this machine. They keep feeding in all this information. And so what they're doing is they've sent out probes into the past in order to gain information to try and give them advantage in the future. But what happens is they end up accidentally getting a person from the past and teleporting them to the future. So they change the reality in the present. So their machine, their AI intelligent machine, can't predict what's going to happen in the future because they've accidentally brought someone from the past who is the variable man. So the story is about the variable man who is a handyman, which I kind of resonate with because that's what I do for a living, is I fix a lot of things and do a lot of different stuff. And so he puts a kink in there. He puts a kink in their machine, and they can't figure it out. They can't figure out what's going on. So they're like, the machine won't give us the right answer. And they're like, why won't it give us the answer? Well, because, and then they send these machines out to like try to destroy him. So these giant like floating like drones is what they are. And this is all written in like the 50s. So these drones go out, they try to destroy the guy to fix the future, and they can't get him. And so it's sort of about his adventure through the future. Yeah, the comments are cracking me up too. Gaia. But it's about his adventure in the future, and then trying to they're like, okay, how do we fix this? And they're trying to send him back to the past. It's a lot of fun. It's called The Variable Man by Philip K. Dick. It's sort of in between on his arc of just slop science fiction writer and just like not good science fiction writer, sort of edgy, like groundbreaking science fiction writer, because he wrote a whole variety of things. And a lot of it was like, it wasn't edited. It wasn't it was some of it was just like looks like it was just somebody just wrote it real quick. But there's a I don't know. There's like a style to it that no one else captures. Like if you ever read Ubik, you get this sort of raw style that like it's almost stream of consciousness, like someone just sitting down and just wrote the whole story in a day. Um, but yeah, it's definitely about how people are relying on AI to predict the future to win this war, and then the AI can't predict it anymore because they messed up. And yeah, dinosaur. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. Ubik is unbelievable. Yeah, Ubik was awesome, bro. You sci-fi Michael? Did you get the same feeling when you read Ubik as I did? Like, I got to the point where I realized, like, he's like, isn't he like trip? He feels like he's tripping, and there's like writing on the walls, and he doesn't know what's going on, and he all of a sudden kind of comes to the realization, like, I'm in a simulation, and you're like, you like kind of feel it with him. Yeah, I just, yeah. Oh, there's a Clippy, man. The guys with Clippies, I feel like are. Did you know that the average person's colon can stretch to accommodate? Yeah, good. I'm glad, like, because like I read it just going in, just fun sci-fi novel, and then you get to the point where you realize like, uh, not to spoil the ending for anyone, but he realizes he's not in reality, and you're like, and you realize with him that he's not in reality, and it's like, and it just, and it's like, it like gives you warm feelings, like, am I in reality? It's so good. Bro, what is it up with these guys with the Clippy emojis on their profile pictures that are so ridiculous? Yeah, Ubik. What other so sci-fi Michael, what else have you read? Like, so Philip K. Dick is he's my favorite author. I think so the Variable Man and Ubik probably are the most influential in my things I've read. Can your awareness of your body? I wouldn't see why not, but I also think that um, I also think that your body is you. I don't think that your consciousness is separate from your body. I think that people are their bodies. There shouldn't be you shouldn't think of if you did have some sort of inner state that is like a soul or a consciousness or whatever, you shouldn't think of it other than being embodied. I think that's pretty. That's a pretty classical view to be had. I'm still tripping over these rats comments. Anyone else want to talk about their favorite Philip K. Dick novels or short stories? Yeah. Yeah, RoboCop 2 is weird. Some of the animations, we've talked about this before, Stevie. Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, people would want to, and I can only state this because I've had experience with people that have had traumatic brain injuries. There's something there that I think personally, having personally experienced someone who had a traumatic brain injury, that completely flawed their means to communicate with their body. There was something there that wasn't just their body. Yeah, there was. Yeah, I don't know. That's just me. That's just me being an old sap. seeing seeing someone's body give out on them and them still be there. But you know. So have you read? So I've read "Flow My Tears," The Policeman Said. I read that recently. I read. I'm trying to think what else I've had. I need to go through. I haven't read the Valis trilogy, but my favorite, probably, I'll say my favorite book from Philip K. Dick is The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You just said that. Yeah. The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. I think something about that encapsulates what's going on in reality right now. I think AI and the internet and all that stuff, like Candy and all that imagery, I think that encapsulates what's going on with our relationship to technology right now. Um, no, maybe 8 rats, but not 16 cats. That's for sure. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay, so I need to read Valis. Okay, because um, I haven't read Valis yet. I want to. The Three Stigmata Palmer Eldritch, like it's like reading something, and then you get to have an outer body experience just by reading. That's what I can't. Man, cats rule this castle. So, are you trying to make a reference to Man in the High Castle? So, where do you rank Man in the High Castle sci-fi, Michael? I didn't find it that compelling, but I did find it I did find it like interesting, and I didn't think I didn't think it was worthy of like an entire TV show. Um, yeah, yeah. So like the Three Stigmata Palmer Eldritch, when you I feel like the person who's sitting stuck in his life taking Candy to go into this world to like feel like he's not like I feel like that person. So when I read the story, it's like I'm the man who's taking the drug to go down into the rabbit hole to feel like I'm not a slave on Mars. Um, it's a little weird, but like you can feel it. And then the same thing with like the people on Earth that are sort of trapped and they're hunkered down and they have to like the heat's oppressive outside, so they have these other lives that they do. And then Dr. Smile, you remember Dr. Smile? Dr. Smile's a great aspect of that. He like it's I mean it is AI, but then the whole other everything else that goes on in that thing kind of is indicative of how that what's up, Chari Lish Chernobyl? Is that what your name is? Change perspectives. Yeah, call it reframing. Are you're a chaos wizard? Are you so do you know about chaos magic? Crystalline, whatever. Are you familiar with chaos magic? I know I talked about Jesus earlier, but I am interested. I've read a decent amount of about chaos magic. Karma. I don't know about. I don't know. I've read very little about Eastern religions. Come on. If you haven't read anything about chaos magic, you should, sorry. Oops. This is I've read a little bit. Have you read this? Have you read this, Christina? I've been reading through this. It's pretty interesting. You know the basics. Do you know about sigil magic? Sorry. We're talking about sci-fi and Philip K. Dick, and then I feel like we get into reality. Whereas if you don't know about chaos, a little bit about chaos magic and about sigil magic, you don't quite understand what's going on in reality, in my opinion. A little weird. Yeah, you should. This is a good book if you're interested in uh, a primer on chaos magic. Yeah, you sound like a retard. So you're. I'm gonna leave the trolls in here because, I mean, at least you guys have a sense of humor. You're not. I'm not of this reality. Oh man. I'm watching some middle-aged man sit here and talk about chaos magic. I'm so hard. Bro, get alive. Okay. Have y'all watched the after I can't remember the guy's name at the moment, but have y'all ever watched the guy that does the IRL streams where he pretends like he's in a video game? And he does this, so like all you see is his hand, and he's going around. He's like, he's doing this, and whenever someone doesn't do what he wants, he goes fireball, and it shoots a fireball out of his hand, and he's like pretending to be in like an Elder Scrolls game, like, but he's going around like an office building doing it, and it's very fun. What? You're not disturbing me. We're all good. Just no disturbing, not disturbing. We're just chilling. I'm just joking around. I'm not cool. I just want to hang out. I just want to chill. So maybe that makes me cool. Finnish? Okay. I have no reference to Finland. The closest I can get is friends who were Dutch, probably. So it's cold there. Do y'all dance in Finland? Are there like dance halls? Is that something? American? Okay, I'm American. Yeah, I have ADHD. Yeah. Join the crowd. For the ADHD crowd. Cheers. Those of us who can stay up all night, sleep a little bit, and wake up all day. Yeah. It's yeah. I mean, minus 20 degrees, bro. That's y'all do steam baths? Okay, so that's one of those things that I hear like mythologized about people in like Finnish culture. They have steam, or it's in that area, steam baths, and they live forever because they have steam baths. I've not read the Galactic Pot Healer. That sounds fun. Is that what it's called? The Galactic Pot Healer? I'll check into that. New Mexico. So it's only 3 in the morning there. I bet it'd be fun. Have you ever watched like a lot of American like comedy, like on like good edgy American comedy? A lot of the people I find that are the funniest are people that are from other countries that do like kind of weird comedy into English, and it translates, but it doesn't translate. So there's like these weird disconnects, and it actually makes it kind of funnier. I don't know. You need a girlfriend. Well, is that my fault? Is that my problem? Oregon. Are you in rural Oregon? Are you in um, suburban, or are you in urban Oregon? I feel like those are all different from the people I've met and talked to in the area. Sleeping in your robe. I do feel like streams like it's weird, but you can get a vibe from people. Like you can get such a vibe from people on here that's like the people that are just total dicks. You can just pick out immediately. The people that are total weirdos, they just pop in and pop out. And then the people that 80,000, that's mid-sized. So like I like live in an area where the county town I'm in is probably that size, but it's not the town, it's probably the county. But then the town north of me is like 120,000. So I'm sort of split. It's a good kind of, it's a good vibe because you can, because like, I mean, I lived in, I'm not calling anybody anything. The robe thing's fun because you got to realize I have little ones, and they'll be like, I got to get my robe. And they'll be real weird about like, I gotta get my robe. I'm like, why? Well, it's cold last night. I gotta get my robe. I'm gonna sleep in my robe. I'm like, okay, go sleep in your robe. Sorry. No, I'm not calling you a weirdo. I'm referencing a whole other thing. Yeah, no. These were Christmas presents. The amount of streams I scrolled in. Oh, bro. Okay, so the whole like I've flipped through streams. I try to like I want to cultivate something that's different. I want to be just chill and have fun and enjoy hanging out. And find people that want that as well. And so I like to scroll through streams on different platforms so that, on a couple of different platforms just to see what's going on. It's some of it's super normal and some of it's super like, I don't know, interesting. Like I like finding the kind of wild people that are out there like doing wild things. Like I was saying earlier, I've read the Expanse series, yes. I've read the entire Expanse series, yes. Yep. Go take a nap. We can sleep in robes. Let's do it. Is anyone? I mean, these are I have normal clothes. It's like if anyone's ever like, why do you wear the same shirt every night? These are my pajamas, but they're just normal clothes. Normal pants, normal clothes. These are my pajamas. I just have well. Moo dresses. Oh, dude, hey, does anyone else have like found wool recently? Because like I grew up in the deep South, so like having wool anything was never a thing. As I moved more north throughout my life, like I found that wool is amazing. Socks, undershirts, shirts, blankets, everything. I mean, Steve, you keep popping in here with just like the best comments. Fan fact: Philip K. Dick did actually watch Blade Runner. That's cool. I've never so like I haven't read any of his notes and stuff because I've heard they're so manic. But the Blade Runner is an interesting thing because the book is so different. The short story, what are you going to call it, is so different from the movie. I'm a big fan of the movies and the short story. They're just different. Just like with anything, I mean, if you read Minority Report versus the book or versus the show, the movie, it's different. That's anything. I mean, it's fine. Silk, dude, silk. Yeah, electric Velcro gloves. Yeah, because like so with like let's say the vibe from the Three Song of Palmer Eldritch, the Earth is decaying, and it's similar to in Blade Runner, except it's opposite. One is rain and one's heat. So they're opposites in terms of the polarity, but the people still feel like an equal amount of oppression in that universe. So in like the Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, um, you get the people won't go outside because of the heat and they have to wear suits and there's a suppression. Same thing. It's the same thing with like Blade Runner and some of his other stuff where the Earth's equally as oppressive. It just I probably need to read through. Hey, glasses. I can take glasses off. I don't have to have the glasses on. I can read. I just look old. So you can see like anyone who has worn glasses for a period of time, these lines right here get extra dark when you wear glasses. And so every time you look at your face, you're just like, oh, you just see age. And you're like, oh, I look so old. When you put glasses on, you're like, oh, I look fine. You can't see the lines underneath my eyes. Yeah, mine are mainly for distance. I can like right here, I'm about 2 foot away. I can read all the comments and everything, but I feel like this makes me look old because I see those lines. I see these age lines up here. Oh man, they're like, but who cares? -8. It's not. It's still. I don't even know if it's in the 20s here yet. But injections. I don't know about any injections. Does anyone else have friends that have like they have lip filler, and when you see them, you can't not stare at their lips, and like they look at you like, "What are you looking at me for?" And I'm like, I don't know. Your lips are really full. And it's almost like your lips shouldn't be that full. You know what you doing? Okay, Fahrenheit minus 18 Celsius, bro. You're, oh, man, that's like in Fahrenheit. What's that? Like minus 45? That's ridiculous. Yeah, we're Fahrenheit. We're Fahrenheit where we at. We still use we still use imperial system. We don't use no tens. How dare you? We use 16ths and we use Fahrenheit. It's weird because like so like there's a couple of people that I know that use lip fillers. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think anyone's saying they're using lip fillers, but you can tell. And it looks okay. But it's a little much. And it's like, it's between like, you look like a normal mom and it's like between looking like a good looking normal mom and you're looking like a hussy. And it's like, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Whose house got raided by the feds? I'm gonna have to run out here in a minute. Yeah, I was talking about Fahrenheit 451. I feel like we've crossed over from Celsius. We keep doing Celsius and then Fahrenheit, and then someone's saying someone's house got raided, and I'm like, are you talking about Fahrenheit 451 where what's his name's house got raided, and he had the books, and then he was on the run from those weird dogs? I've thought about the stash. So I look like my dad. My dad is from the 60s, 70s. And he rocks a stash, and he's rocked the stash every day since he was 17 years old. No, but no. So in Flow My Tears, the policeman said he's like shacked up with that girl, and the house next door gets raided. And it's the P doe that gets that gets raided. Third trimester. Okay, so can I give you a recommendation on your third trimester? Because I have kids. You eat good, eat healthy in your third trimester. It'll help you. It'll help your kid, and it'll help you. So, yeah. So my dad was in the Marines when he joined the Marines to get out of just a dog shit situation when he was a teenager. And dude, I mean, because all I could have was a stash, right? Dude got a stash and has had it for 55 years. I don't even know how long. It's been ages. Okay, so y'all do have saunas. Yeah, I need to go eat some eggs, I think. Yeah, there was some weird stuff. I mean, in that whole time period, I don't even know if he was into communism, but a lot of writers and stuff in that time period got definitely got slated as being secret commies. Just like my teeth. Stevie. In the morning, I make sure they're all in place. Just like my stash. Oh, guys. Y'all are too much. Y'all are fun. I'm glad y'all are chilling. I'm glad someone's chilling. Oh, man. We having a good time tonight. Finally got the I need to go to the dentist. Yep. You have a permanent retainer? Is it run on the back of your teeth? It's like a wire that runs on the back of your teeth. Because I guess I've seen those. Chicken tender. That's funny. A tindy. You broke your wire on a tindy. Bad medicine. Yeah, I've heard. So like, I know personally that if you have too many like antibiotics when you're young and stuff, your teeth can do weird stuff. For sure. Six? Yeah, that's weird. Teeth stuff when you're a kid is weird because I've had some. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll look into that because I don't know. He like. I mean, is it just me? So he actually, if you read some of his journals and things like and personal diaries and things like that, he actually was convinced that he was communicating with the future or that he had some sort of prescient inclinations. And so some of the things I mean, if you look at just anything that he wrote, he predicted some of the most insane things about the state of the world at the moment. So I wouldn't, I don't know. I mean, they were, have they ever not been spying on everyone? I mean, like, is every single thing we don't say and do and whatever keystroke and whatever not recorded? And they just, it's safe now, right? Because they have everything. Whereas back then, yeah, like he was a weird dude. But like, yeah, no, nothing's private. Like that's why, like, for a while there, I was like, I'm gonna get off the internet. I'm gonna stop being a part of this and all whatever. And then I was like, and of course I'm sitting here live streaming whatever, and I was like, there's no point. Like, someone can tap into my Wi-Fi and like probably like scan my entire house with Wi-Fi, and they can know where I'm at all the time, no matter what. Like no matter what apps I have and do not have on my phone. I have a phone with me that's tracked. Everything's being tracked. So like, it's like, is there a point to like care, or do I just embrace it and just move on with my life and think like, you know, they'll be judged by God one day, and I won't because I'm not trying to, whatever. I don't know what these comments are, but they're kind of fun. I don't know. My body was covered in bumps. I don't know. I'm so whatever happened. That sounds terrible. So you're just popping in here to tell us your sob story and then peacing out? Okay, I gotcha. Sorry, I haven't read that. I don't know. I don't know. This is I'm a little confused right now. Let me just read this. Everything's bugged. So even if it's bugged inadvertently, and this isn't me being tinfoil hat, everything's bugged. Everything, absolutely every single solitary thing, every keystroke, everything you search, everything is compiled into an amalgamation of what they think is going on in your head. And so, yeah. I mean, the whole cookies thing. I mean, you can't even exist on the internet if you don't subscribe to something, like, right? So like that you have to allow something to be present all the time. And so it's a race to the bottom. They're trying to constantly figure out the least amount of data they can have on you based off your consent to try to figure things out about you. And like, but then it's like all they have to do is have, if you have a router, let's say an ASUS router, all they have to do is have like a inadvertent agreement with them to catch all the routing data through the server that's in your local place, and then they have everything. And then it's just like there's no point. There's no point in caring or trying to be hidden or whatever, because it's not a thing. Like no one's hidden anymore. Yeah. So I don't know. I stopped eating cookies. You guys are saying you eat the cookies. I'm saying I stopped eating cookies. Stopped eating candy. I don't eat sugar. Only sugar I have is whatever's converted from the things that I eat. I don't eat sugar. Not vegan. I was vegetarian for a while, a couple of years, and then I got bad headaches, and so I had to stop because I'd rather not have headaches. We had cat sympathizer X9 2100 in here earlier, freaking trying to bring us down by telling us we were criminals for eating animals. Yeah, sugar for sure. I feel much better. I don't eat any sugar at all. Occasionally I'll eat here and that, but I can't eat confectionery sugar for sure. So like if I eat sugar, it has to be with like a savory thing. So it has to be like within like a cream cheese frosting or something. I can't. Sugar for sure has helped me. Cutting it out has helped me a lot with headache, because I used to get headaches all the time. So cutting caffeine down, so having a moderate amount of caffeine instead of a lot of caffeine, and cutting sugar out helped eliminate. And then not being vegetarian, so I was vegetarian for a while, and so you combine all those things, I'm doing much better. I don't get headaches anymore. Nope. I like sugar. I mean, okay, so in college, one of the things I would do, local grocery stores sold these sour cream donuts, and I would stack them up like 6 high, and I'd put them in the microwave, and I would like hit them for a minute, and then I would get a glass of milk, and I would just eat like 6 like sugar, like heavily sugar glazed sour cream donuts, um, with a glass of milk, like in the evenings. But the problem is, I'd wake up in the morning and my hand would just be like this. It'd just be shaking. So I realized, okay, lower sugar in the evenings, higher protein before I go to bed. So like cheese or something like that. It like stabilized my blood sugar for sure. Yeah. You don't know what a sour cream donut is. Man, you're missing out. I mean, I used to go, so I used to go to art class. So art class, I used to go to painting class. One of my teachers, she would never not have her classes at 8 in the morning. So of course, I'm up at 7. Got to drive halfway across town to go to class, and I'm sitting there trying to paint, and I'm like, my hand's just doing this, and she's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm okay," but my hand's shaking. She's like, "Well, stop eating sugar in the evenings and eat some cheese before you go to bed." And I was like, "What?" She's like, "Just try it." So I did it, and totally, totally changed the game. Germany. What's up, Germany? I used to think I was German, but I'm not. My my one of my son's middle names is Holston, which is a German name, right? So I'm in the southeast in the United States. I'm way too late, way past my bedtime. It's not snowing here yet, I don't think. It's supposed to snow here later. Not yet. It's gonna start snowing soon. Let me see. I mean, there's snow like all around us. It's not snowing here yet. No. Let's see. Yeah. It's supposed to start snowing in the next couple hours. Snow in my pajamas. Is there? Is this snow? This is snow. It's on my pajamas. All right, guys. Can I go take a break real quick? I'll be back. Thanks. This hat's awesome. It's like a random like Amazon hat, but they don't. My head's extremely large, so I have to get special hats. It's true. Well, I'm glad people in the chat are having fun. Y'all getting the European crowd. It's weird. It's weird because it is weird because I'm on the East Coast, so everyone else is kind of still asleep. I mean, it's 6 a.m. here, so. Stevie, are you still here, bro? You got that bamboo printer humming this early? You just sitting there watching it, listening to me? Guys. You said it, Stevie. You said, is it, did you say Pine Box dating app? You said it. You you scrapped your video. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. You said it. You said, and you live much closer to some of these broads than I do. So it's gonna be on you, man. I don't believe in so sci-fi Michael. If you're really asking, I don't believe in a okay, holographic universe is not something I'm gonna state anything about the nature of the universe. But what I would say is that yeah, I can't, everyone's still sleeping. I can't fire up my fart machine. All the kids are in bed, bro. On the holographic universe, so like I'm a fan of sort of neo-Aristotelianism / Aquinas. So I think that when people talk about holographic universe, which means there's a thing that is flat that the world is projected out from, to me, that is just the mind of God. And that everything that could exist exists in the mind of God. And now I don't conceive of God in the same way that a lot of people do, is like the giant sky daddy that reigns supreme. He does reign supreme. I'm not saying that he doesn't. What I'm saying is that he doesn't exist in a way like that's embodied like a lot of people think that it's a weird kind of view, but we're talking you're asking me serious questions and I got people talking about fart machines in here, which, you know, is there much difference? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think that yeah, I believe in soul building, so that's how I explain you have to, if you believe in God, you have to be able to explain the problem of suffering, and I explain it through soul building. No, it doesn't make it real. It is real. It doesn't matter on your perception. Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of that. On the flip side, someone works out. I don't have a problem if everything is an extension of something that's prior that exists in the mind of God. I don't have much of a problem with any of that. I mean, you know, and it's like, what's your alternate? Things just exist with nothing backing them. So, you know, whatever. I'm cool with. I'm down with there being a divine mind for sure. But you know, whatever. I've lost everyone. But anyways. Ooh. It's not snowing here yet. I just looked outside. No snow. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with the double slit experiment. And that's the thing. Like, you know, I don't have to. The thing is, if I don't have to explain everything in terms of things that can be understood, like things can just not be understood. Things can be weird. That's part of the problem with the sort of scientism that exists. If you know about scientism, everyone wants to have an exact thing, and it's just like, well, maybe not everything is an exact thing. Maybe it's okay that you can't boil everything down to like exact particulars. Maybe things are just fucking weird, and maybe that's okay. I don't know, but I'm not on my head around creepy jaw phenotype. Well, you have a creepy name that no one can pronounce, so maybe you have a creepy name phenotype. What's up, Tasty Fisher 9273? People with weird numbers in their names that aren't necessary. Something for Trader Joe's. Sorry, I'm long for bedtime. Did you say jaw? Is it jaw? I'm glad I read that as jaw and not what it says, because, bro, if you just saw my genetic testing, you'd be like, yeah, dude's not a Jew. Dude's anything but a Jew. If if you take all of the essence of my person, which would be my genetic coding, whatever you want to call it. No, it's not all the essence of my person, but the physical manifestation of the essence of my person, and you were to put it in a thing and you were to figure out where I'm from, guess what? There's an island off the coast of Europe and it circles it in a big red line. And it says, you're from here. And then it says, well, you're a little bit from Denmark and you're a little bit from Germany. And by a little bit, I mean like 6 or 7%. And then it says, but there's this weird little island that floats in between all the islands called the Isle of Man. And you have apparently several ancestors from this little tiny island. And you're not even remotely close to anywhere near the Middle East. Tay Sachs? I don't know what that is. What is Tay Sachs? Are you Bangladeshi? Man, we're getting some awesome, some fun weirdos in here. Italian. I'm not Italian. I'm English as fuck. I'm not born in England. I probably skipped your comment. We got them flowing in. People be chilling. We'll be hanging out. Yeah, I don't know what your comment was. Maybe it didn't fly. Maybe feel the tardo. Maybe your comment just didn't fly. But oh, you're gay? Bro. Cool. I mean, I'm just fascinated. Tell me all about it. Will you repeat it? Okay. He did. No, he did. Did he do 20 years in the can or 20 years on the can? Yeah, we're at this point we're indigenous, so I ain't gonna say anything otherwise. Yo, you guys got to calm down. What is going on? What in the world? You guys can't use those words in here. What is going on? This is unhinged from my original purpose. We were talking about philosophy and sci-fi. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. I'm a Thomistic / Neo-Aristotelian. I don't. So you're not going to go out in the street and question any Christian that would articulate the things the way I think about them. But yeah, I believe in Jesus. I believe he died for my sins. Yeah, I'm an evangelical, but I'm a Thomist. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Because Aquinas was right about almost everything. And he was an evangelical, so. I think Gnosticism's interesting. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to. I like everything. I like sci-fi. I mean, so like whenever I read about Gnosticism and the aeons and the demiurge and those kinds of things, there's something there. Like you feel it in you, right? Like when you think about the demiurge and you think about like we're be tricked into thinking X, Y, and Z, and that the good is actually bad and the bad is actually good. Like, don't you feel it? Like, I feel it when I read those stories, for sure. I don't believe I believe in a I believe in something else, but I definitely feel the sway of Gnosticism and in sort of the way it's I've heard it being told. Well, aren't you? Because I can tell you what I am. I'm English and I'm Scottish for sure, but I am but I'm American through and through. It's well, that's the thing I like about that's the thing. Like for anyone that so like I've picked a particular path. So sci-fi Michael, I'm talking to you. I've picked a particular path. So I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in the story of salvation, and I'm probably more along the lines of an Orthodox Christian in terms of the way I believe about Christianity than evangelical or Catholicism. But I like sci-fi. I like the sort of the expansive ideas that it opens your mind up to. So I like hearing those stories. I like reading about history. I like reading about mythology. So like I don't know. I just want to be chill and have a conversation and just enjoy like I don't know. I don't have any of the answers. So um I don't yeah, I mean that's the thing. The historicity, I'm not polished up on all the historicity. So um but yeah, there's if you want to like that's the thing. Nothing's hidden. Like if you want to read about the historicity of the Bible and what the early church fathers thought and what people thought within 100 to 200 years after Christ thought, it's all there. It's all written. Just go read sermons by John Chrysostom. I mean, like all of the early church fathers' teachings are there. So like it's none of it's hidden. So but also like I like to hear the I don't know. I don't know. I just want to. Do you believe in the firmament? Well, I believe in the atmosphere. Is that what you're talking about? The firmament? That's the thing. I'm with you. Like, I have an opinion. I have a strong opinion, but I don't. I don't care about. Like, I like talking to people. So, like, why would I? I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be like you're wrong, and I gotta convince you of this. I'm gonna be like, well, what do you think? Why do you think it? Please tell me. So I don't know. Come on, Pee Wee. Well, I mean, do you believe the moon's real? What? So like, you want to go down the rabbit hole. What do you think? Do you think space is real? Tasty Fisher 9273. I don't. Do you believe space is real? Because I mean, it's not. It's not like it. It's not like we can go to another galaxy and examine a star and see if it's real. We just have to sort of trust it. So I like hollow earth theory. I feel like that's appropriate at this flux. We're like early, late, whatever. I mean, is space real? Have you been to space? You think you could survive passing through the intense radiation that it would take to get to outer space with the technology we have? I don't know. Well, but satellites are in low Earth orbit, right? They're not in space. I mean, like you can't. Yeah, I know. They went the Fantastic Four. I mean, they became superheroes. Like, bro, I mean, yes, I don't. I'm just gonna say space isn't real. You guys are crazy. Space is real. Just because there's light that comes into our atmosphere doesn't mean it's real. Come on. No, it's not a simulation at all. Okay, so, I'm messing around with you guys. So simulation, I'm not rage baiting. I'm just messing around. The simulation thing I don't think is real. But I do think everything extends from the mind of God. So anything that can or could be real exists within that. And yeah, I don't I don't have a problem with yeah, I was reading, I was looking through a book on space the other day, and it was pretty interesting. There's a lot of photographs from various Apollo missions. Um, I just have to laugh because I like to say things. I mean, it's fun. What is it not fun to say space isn't real? The moon's not real? Like, prove me wrong. Come on. Like, I'm not insane. I'm just joking. Because like you guarantee you, like there's a lot of guys, so, like anyone that is into like sci-fi, space, conspiracy theories, you want to go down any of these rabbit holes, um you're gonna find people that think crazy stuff. Like people like, oh, the moon's not real. It's just not real. Space isn't real. You're gonna find hollow Earth people. You're gonna find flat Earth people. You're gonna find like, but the thing is like when you listen to them, there's a compelling case, and it's like, okay, I could see how you could get there, because I'm not a science. I don't believe science has all the answers for everything. So, you know, there's that. But because I mean, I like, you know, I don't know, whatever. Sorry. I like so 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 there's no synapses in God's mind. God is eternal and unchanging, and everything that could exist does exist. So you have kind of a it's a paradox. So you almost wind up in multiple universe theory because um yeah, anything that could exist does exist. Anything that's good, by definition, does exist, because it's good. So you kind of wind up in a weird position, but it's fun. Who cares? Like, I don't have to make it make sense, but it kind of leads you there. The guide stones, okay, yeah. So I the Georgia guide stones are a fun rabbit hole. Have y'all heard like they got struck by lightning? No, it's not someone blew them up. They got struck by lightning. That's a whole fun thing. Um, there's a couple of guys that have done good, sort of, like podcasts and books and things on the Georgia Guidestones, um, because I'm not far away from them, so they're a fun thing. Yeah, the mini world, mini universe. I think that's probably exists. Like in my opinion, this is not me speaking on behalf of anybody else. If we get to heaven, we're not going to be the only race there, because I don't think that. So people want to would say like, oh, whatever. If Jesus died for one world that exists, I don't see why he wouldn't have died for other worlds. So I kind of think that when we get to heaven, we're going to be surprised, because it's going to be like a wild, expansive like thing that other races and people will be in. Because I don't believe in limiting the goodness of creation. So it's kind of weird, but yeah, I don't know what you're saying, but I just like spitballing. Yeah, Narnia is interesting in terms of the way Lewis. Have you ever read the book that Lewis wrote called The Great Divorce? I think that's, to me, that is a sort of quintessential primer on sort of science fiction / religious topics, for sure. So in The Great Divorce, I'll explain it to you. So he's talking about Narnia, but Lewis wrote Narnia, and there's a similarity between the two, let's say. So in The Great Divorce, if I recall correctly, an individual finds himself, truth equals sci-fi. I believe that for sure. So in The Great Divorce, an individual finds himself in the place called the Gray City. The Gray City is immersive, expansive, and whatever, and everyone that has existed lives there in some capacity. And they travel. Then the person finds themselves sitting at a bus stop, and they're talking to some guys, and the guys are like, oh, we went and found Napoleon, and we went and found Nero, and we went and found these other people. And they live in the Gray City. They build these massive empires, and it rains all the time, and they can never get out of the rain. So this sort of dreary, imposing place. And then they get on this bus, and they fly up through this like crack in the earth, and they go to this beautiful place, and it's green and lush and full of, plants and trees and whatever. And they get out of the bus, and but they're like ghosts. They can't press the grass down. The grass is like crystals. They don't weigh anything. So then they go and they have these conversations with these people that are like these strong, robust, like full people. And they try to convince them to come to the like paradise with them. And so you get to hear these conversations between people that are like basically cast off into the Gray City, which is like purgatory or hell. And then they have conversations with people that are in paradise, and you get to see people give up their vices, give up their selfishness, give up the things that bind them to the Gray City, and then they get to go to paradise. And it's pretty powerful, I would say. They slough off their egos. So one of the guys in the stories in The Great Divorce, he has like a parasite that's attached to his shoulder, and it's like a growth, it's like a tumor, and it talks to him and it tells him like, no, you don't need to listen to them, and blah blah and whatever. And then he finally consents to giving up his ego, like Stevie said, and then he becomes strong. And Then he runs to the paradise on a horse. Sorry guys, I'm a little, and that story chokes me up every time. I've not read the Dead Sea Scrolls in particular, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's similar to Dante's Inferno. I would say it's probably a modern version of Dante's Inferno. It has a guide, so there's like a guide aspect to it, and then there's a like a sort of, as you read it, you feel connected to the people in the story. Yeah, because I mean Dante's Inferno is interesting. Because Dante's Inferno isn't just him going into hell. It's also purgatory and it's also paradise, right? So there are other aspects to the writing. And if you know anything about Dante's Inferno and you know anything about Machiavelli, all that's connected. Do you know that you would not have gotten Dante's Inferno if him and Machiavelli, if he wouldn't have been outcast in the time of Machiavelli? Like there's this whole interconnected thing between the writing of the Prince and Dante's Inferno, which is pretty interesting. You don't know, you should know. Yeah, I don't know. I need to read more about history. Yeah, there's some interesting ties between Machiavelli and Dante. I believe they lived at the same time, and they lived within the same period of political turmoil in Italy, and so there's some connection there. I don't know. It's cool. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like when you start seeing the pieces kind of come together, you see how the Prince, Dante, you see how, because Dante comments on some of the politicians of the time, and Machiavelli was trying to. So Machiavelli wasn't a what is it called, a monarchist? Machiavelli wasn't a monarchist. He believed in a republican, like Greco-Roman Republican, whatever version of politics. But he wrote the Prince as a version of how he thinks things could and should run by using and wielding power. And so there's an interesting dynamic between Machiavelli and Dante, I believe. Yeah, I don't look like Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a fucking loser. Sorry. I know he's the most popular YouTuber on the planet, but I think he's a loser. Yeah, there's something. You look it up, because there's a couple of things that I can't quite remember that tie them together historically and like in the way they write in the literature, because Dante wrote about different political figures that he bound to certain realms of hell. So as he descends with his guide through the realms of hell, the 9 levels of hell or whatever it is, he meets different politicians along the way. And I believe some of those politicians are ones that were referenced in Machiavelli's writings and were present at the time. And there's an intercourse there between their writings. I don't know. You guys are talking about, so we're talking about like historic writings, and you're talking about influence. So do y'all know who Skitsy is? He used to do a fake Mr. Beast He used to be a Mr. Beast impersonator, and he got on to the second season of Fish Tank Live, pretending to be a Mr. Beast impersonator, pretending to be Mr. Beast, jokingly. Yeah. Good times. Do y'all know what Fish Tank Live is? Do I need to tell y'all? Is anyone else? I feel like we had this conversation a couple hours ago. I don't know. Anyways, Sci-Fi Michael. Can I follow you, Sci-Fi Michael? You do stuff? I'll try and follow you if you do stuff. You seem like a cool dude. The Book of Enoch. Yeah, I haven't read the Book of Enoch. I keep hearing every time I hear. I haven't listened to any of Rogan lately, but Rogan will be like, "Oh, I'm reading the Book of Enoch, and it's crazy," and it's like, yeah, it's okay. Just jokingly, I'm just laughing. I'll have to laugh at it because, yeah, the Nephilim. Okay, yeah, we all know who the Nephilim are. You know what? You said his name. You spoke his name. He is it's he who shall not be named. You named him. I have to laugh because I don't know anybody who knows what Fish Tank is. Yes, Fish Tank is. It like warms my heart when I think about it. It's just the most ridiculous live stream show ever. I'm joking. I feel like if you look at any of his stuff, he's like, it's like you type in Sam Hyde and it's like Sam Hyde, anti-Semitic, Sam Hyde, racist, blah blah. And it's like, but he's not any of those things. But you'll hear him. He'll have like hot takes that are, whatever. I mean the book, so within the Dead Sea Scrolls, I believe that there was the Book of Isaiah. That's the old. So they found a copy of the Book of Isaiah that was probably one of the oldest texts they'd ever found, and so it proved that the current version of the Book of Isaiah from the 2000, from the zeros, the aughts, matched something that was like 1,200 years old. So that literally the book that was written, 3,300 years ago or whatever it is, was actually almost the exact same copy of what we have today. So some of the stuff is, it's really important for the textual criticism crowd that gets on about things not being translated properly over time. Well, so I mean, the problem with some of the things is that the teachings within that community is that they began to practice what the rabbis taught. They didn't practice what was taught in the Old Testament, and that's what if you read about like what Jesus was talking about, he wasn't talking against the Old Testament. He was talking against what the rabbis taught about what the Old Testament meant. That's what you're gonna encounter a lot of, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. I haven't read that, but I'm becoming enlightened tonight, so we will go down that rabbit hole sometime. Yeah, fix my audio. What's wrong with my audio? OG Teddy, you haven't been in here, so you think there's something wrong with my audio. then you haven't been in here very long because I'm not talking very loud because it's early and I'm not trying to yell at my phone, OG Teddy. Okay, that's interesting because I mean, like, that's the same criticism. Like, if you've ever read Aristotle and the criticism of the sophists, the sophists were the crowd of people that could convince people of anything because they thought logically. They thought logically about everything, but they didn't actually think critically about everything. So Aristotle wrote his treatise on logic and philosophy to sort of correct the sophists, because the sophists, being a sophist was a derogatory term because they were just basically people that could argue into anything, right? So I don't believe that the Old Testament was wrong because I don't think Jesus believed the Old Testament was wrong, right? That's sort of a misconception. So if Jesus believed in the adherence to the Old Testament law, he didn't believe in adherence to the teachings of the rabbis, which interpreted the Old Testament law. So that's sort of a. I mean, no, I'm not saying you said that. I'm just saying, Jesus taught against the rabbis and the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? He didn't teach against God's dictates in the Old Testament, right? It'd be teaching against himself, right? Because he is supposed to be God incarnate. So he didn't teach against himself, but he did teach against the people that interpret that. I mean, that's the way I understand it. But yeah, he transformed it, right? I mean, I'm not saying that he I'm not saying that I don't know. It's late or early. I don't know what it is anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is he. So if you read, so what a lot of people miss about the Old Testament, I think, is the years of Jubilee and the times of intense forgiveness, like forgiveness of debts, of business debts, of all these kinds of things, and then there's like, and that the people became a little bit subservient to an extra law. So there wasn't just the law, there was an extra law that was imposed on them by the religious teachers. And so I think that was sort of the vibe. I don't know. I don't you're Jewish? Okay, cool. Yeah. You what kind of phone do you use on Saturday? Use a smartphone on Saturday? I don't know. Whatever. I don't really want to talk about that's Alex Peretti. That sounds fun. I don't know what any of that means. I feel like I need to not talk about religion anymore because we're getting a bunch of people I don't know in here saying weird stuff. It's Saturday and you're on your phone, bro. You're Jewish and you're on your phone on Saturday? What? Yeah, sorry, man. Not right now. I mean, it's all free. It's all available. You can go look up all the verses you want. which guys should I mute? I got like 5 guys I should mute, and there's only 3 people showing in the chat, so I don't know who. Not kosher, bro. Man, I got a bunch of kosher pickles down there. I'm gonna go sanctify myself with the kosher pickles. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. Okay, I feel like we've gotten off track. We were talking about sci-fi stuff earlier, and I feel like I need to probably get off here in a minute. It's gonna start snowing any minute, right? It's gonna start snowing soon. Oh, it's close. It's pretty close. Yep. The temperature's gonna start dropping for the next day. Like it's like literally from like here till the end of the day, the temperature is going. It's not a tumor. I know it's not a tumor. A new sci-fi epic. What's sci-fi epic? I know, right? Because like I like talking about religion. I like talking about sci-fi. So like I could go down either course for sure. I don't mind either. But then I could talk about AI. Like I think AI ties into the religious / philosophy thing pretty intensely. So, but what am I? I'm just some rando on the internet. You guys got anything? What are y'all up to? Why are people awake chatting with me about Sci-Fi Michael? It's been talking about Philip K. Dick and how I need to read Valis, and then Stevie keeps making jokes, but he's still here. And then we got Gaia and some other people in here just hanging out. And then I got my here procrastinating sleep. It's where are you at? It's morning where I'm at. I'm just kidding. Oh me. I know, right? And the thing is like if you read, okay, so like I've read the last yeah, I'm on the East Coast, so yeah, it's probably 7 where you're at too. And we're just oh, okay. You're Australian. Okay, so you got it good, man. What's the okay? Interstellar 2. Okay. So I was listening to. Do you know who the comedian James McCann is? He's an Australian comedian. He was talking about the Australian mindset the other day on something I was listening to, and I was like, that's like I couldn't quite fathom like. It's kind of like it was weird. It was like, oh, I can sense there's an Americanness in the mindset, but then there's also like there's something else. And it was just like, oh, that's cool. Like that's different. Cause like, I mean, I've talked to people I've had good friends that were South African. I've had good friends that were English. I've had friends that were Italian. But then I've not had friends that are Australian. So like, okay, I can see like there's just a different vibe for the mindset. And I'm like, oh, okay. The Australians they're a little wild. They're a little not wild, and they're a little wild. Like it's weird. I don't know. They're not American in their wildness, but there's a wildness to them. I mean, how could you not be with like you live in a continent with some of the most dangerous like wildlife on the planet. Like is there like an angle coming at you of wildlife that's not like just extremely dangerous? Yeah, we know, Ryan. You we know what you are. Oh, and then the guy, so the guy that I learned guitar from, not guitar, I watch his videos on YouTube. His name is Justin Guitar or whatever. He was from, I think he's from Tasmania, which is not um, the edgy ones you get along with. So we have more than one Australian in here. That's why I'm like, that's why I'd be curious about, like what the like, is there something that I could read or think about or find someone who like encapsulates sort of the wildness of that mindset. Um, but yeah, let's see. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, see, I'm on the Bible is sci-fi, whatever. I don't, and it's, I mean, sci-fi is a weird term, but it's not so much science fiction, uh, as if you want to get specific, but um, okay. So I had a friend that was from New Zealand as well, and it's like it's weird, like it's like talking to someone that's like you in a way, but it's like there's something like different. It's odd because like when you talk to someone that's from, I don't know, like Sudan or from, I don't know, Iran, it's like you can feel the difference. Um, but like when you talk to someone from like they're from a Western country, but then there's just something like different. And it's like I can't put my finger on what's different. Like it's just it's interesting. Yeah, I'd love to. I've been near bears. That's the one thing I think is interesting. Like so anyone who so like where I grew up, like snakes, bears, um, coyotes. There is a wildlife element to it, but when you talk to some people and they're like you meet someone from England, like there's no snakes there, there's no wolves there. There's no, is there any wildlife that's not like they don't have that aspect. Whereas like if I go out camping, there's like a whole host of like things I have to like contemplate coming across. Oh, is there going to be a rattlesnake? So they're going to be a coyotes? Are there going to be raccoons or cats or possums or copperheads or cottonmouths or whatever the kind of snakes there are. Mountain lions, yep, mountain lions. What's the other one? What's the other small cat? It's not a mountain lion. It's a small cat. It's like really aggressive. You'll hear them shriek, and they shriek like it sound like a little girl like crying out for help. It's really weird. Bobcats, and then there's another even smaller one. Yeah, yeah. I don't even know. Like so, like I guess when you get to Russia, there's like bears and stuff, right? So because like there's some really cool videos you can watch of like these Russian bears like eating trash at night, and they're like have heat cameras and they can like find them and whatever. It's pretty funny, but yeah, like I'm thinking like if you're in England, you don't have do you have snakes? You don't have like what are you competing with like foxes? Is that the most aggressive thing you have coming at you like a fox? Yeah, bobcats. Um, oh, man, yeah, I guess that is bobcats. There's like a little cat. There's mountain lions and there's I guess bobcats. And they have the like real weird pointy ears. I don't know. I've seen stuffs of them and I've heard them, but I've never seen one like in the wild. I've seen foxes and coyotes and that. But there's a specific Russian bear. Okay, you guys got going. Yeah, the Book of Genesis is awesome. Because so I don't know if y'all have you ever been around young earthers? Those are fun. Those are fun people. So I've never interpreted the Book of Genesis as anything other than a polemic against Egyptian polytheism. Because it says, it takes out each one of the things that the Egyptians would have taken an individual God for, and it says, we have one God that did all these things. So I never took it as anything other than like a whatever, each day was created by a God, not a separate God. And so, like, when you get to the young earthers and they're like, each day was created by God, and the earth is only 6,000 years old, and it's like, don't we have written history that's older than 6,000 years? I don't know. I've been in a position where I've been around young Earth creationists and people who weren't young Earth creationists. And some of the young Earth creationists literally would not come in the same building as the old Earth creationists because they didn't I don't know what it was. I don't know if they didn't want to be they thought they were gonna get some Satan juju on them or something, but it was weird. Well, yeah. So it's yeah. Oh man, I don't know. I had in seminary when I went to seminary, I had professors that would kind of claim both the literal interpretation of day and the non-literal interpretation of day. So, I'm not smart enough to be able to read Hebrew, but I'm not. You guys. Yeah. So what I would claim about Genesis isn't that it's based off sci-fi or whatever. What I would say is that the way the Genesis account in chapter 1 is worded is a polemic. So if you don't know what that word is, it's a big fancy word. Go look it up. It's a polemic, a defense against Egyptian polytheism. So it's not so much that it's trying to claim literal exact days, it's that it is trying to defend against polytheism of the Egyptians. That's that's sort of what I would think. I'm a Christian. I might not be a traditional Christian. I might be a probably more akin to, I don't know. I'm a Thomist, Neo-Aristotelian-esque, but I like the Orthodox. But I grew up Southern Baptist. So put all that together. And have your way with it. Yeah, I think that they're verifiable events. So you look at the walls of Jericho falling down. They found Jericho. They found a city whose walls have fallen out. Sorry, I might have to go. Whose walls had fallen out, whose cisterns were full of wheat. These are verifiable things. I wouldn't claim that there aren't verifiable facts about things that occurred in groups in the Bible. If you look at the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, there are literal receipts written in clay that are you can go back and find that verify that these cities, these sort of twin cities existed. Yeah. No. That I'm not. Yeah. It's. I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm not trying to dispute because the thing is like history's not hiding. It's people interpret the text that exists from the past in different ways, but no one. The history is not hiding. Like the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah aren't hiding. Like the references to them in the past, written on clay tablets, aren't hiding anywhere. And you're talking about the Great Flood, but I mean, doesn't every society has a flood myth? So like, I don't know when it happened. I'm not a scientist. I'm not going out there and whatever. But 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 it's like, is there any ancient religion that doesn't have some sort of destruction myth or flood myth? I don't know. I mean, it's just like, but why am I talking about religion? You guys, I want to talk about sci-fi. The future. I want to talk about the future. What do y'all think AI is going to do to us? I don't think it's going to do anything. I think it's garbage, but that's what I'm interested in. Okay, I gotta go back and read some of these things. A great flood happened. Yeah, okay, I believe in a great flood. We all believe in history, so none of us don't. None of us think that history didn't happen. So like, no one's kind of predict the end times. Yeah, the end times stuff is interesting. I like the book of Revelation. So like, have you ever read Revelation 21? It's fascinating. It's just like heaven is a giant cube made of gold, and God recreates everything that exists, and heaven descends as this giant freaking cube, and it floats over a giant mountain, and everyone that's on the earth comes and worships God. It's so insane. It's so sci-fi. It's awesome. It's like, bro, yeah, this is amazing. Just go read it. I mean, it's like, it's not even like, you have to believe in it or not. It's just a fascinating like way things are told. You ask me about K-pop people. I don't understand. I don't know about I don't know what the Satanists teach, because I mean, that's not something I'm into. No, read about it. Heaven's a giant. Okay, heaven. This is not me making it up. It's not me. Whatever. Go read the book of Revelation. At the end of the book of Revelation, heaven is a giant golden cube with 13 gates. Okay? It's weird. After the millennium, God judges the dead. We have the great white throne judgment. You have the other whatever throne judgment, whatever. There's a giant battle in the Valley of Medigo against the forces of good and evil. And God comes back and he recreates everything and he makes things cool. And heaven descends and everyone goes to the giant golden cube and worships God. It's really weird. No one teaches this. You're not going to go to a church and they're going to like talk about it, but like if you open up the book, you can go read about it. It's not hidden. It's like it's there. Like I can pull it up right now. Like it's not the King James version. Like you guys are gonna make me pull it up because you guys are too lazy to go look it up yourself. But it's insane. It's fun. It's cool. It's interesting. It's like, okay, people like want to put God and put these kind of things in these stiff, rigid, whatever. But it's like, yeah, I don't have time for the Islamists. Sorry. Yeah, I think the Islamists are pretty dead wrong, and that's not, you know, something I say lightly, but good is as good does. So. So you want me to read this to you? Because there's all these people that read all this stuff and blah blah. And I'm reading it to you as like I'm interested in this as a science fiction-ish, whatever. It says, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the earth had ceased to exist, and the sea existed no more. And I saw the holy city, the New Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, made ready like a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, look, the residence of God among human beings. He will live among them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them. He will wipe every tear from their eyes, and death will not exist anymore, and mourning and crying and pain, for the former things have ceased to exist. And the one seated on the, and it goes on, okay. And then it says, verse 9, then it goes, okay. It goes on. I'm not going to sit here and read it. This is Revelation 21. I'm reading it from the, so it says, the angel who spoke to me had a golden measuring rod with which to measure the city and its foundation and its stones and its walls. And now the city laid out in a square, and its length and its width and the same. And he measured the city, and it measured 1,400 miles, and it was equal, so it was a square. And he also measured its wall. It was what? The city's wall was made of jasper, and the city was pure gold, and it was just like transparent glass. And the foundations of the city wall are decorated with every kind of precious stone. The first foundation of, and it gives you all, and it's just like, and it literally is like describing this. I don't know. This is the Net Bible. That's what I use. Yeah, but it's, you guys go read it for yourself. It's in the least is interesting, because like I find when I read Hindu mythology, I find it interesting. Some of the things they say and the descriptions about mythologies they give, because I don't your worldview doesn't have to be limited by things or exist only in this sphere of influence. There's, I don't know. To me, it's pretty clear things exist in, gradual layers. I mean, you're sitting here listening to me talk. Am I like, I don't know. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole. But like, you found your way to me. You found your way to all these weird people talking and spouting stuff online. Why are you here? I haven't read the Gita, but I've listened to explanations of a lot of Hindu mythologies, and they're fun. I don't know. I think. See, the longer, I don't want to spout a bunch of stuff that I just haven't read, but the longer I live, the more I think that there are interesting aspects that are intertwined between religions. Much more so than I used to think. Now, do I think that Christianity has a particular bent that I like on salvation, on the way in which you are redeemed by God? Sure, but I don't discount the similarities between. Okay, you want to talk about chess? Can you beat? No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, guys, I probably should move on. Y'all doing all right? Y'all just hanging out? Michael's 10 p.m. So you're late there. It sounds like 11. So you're not too bad. I gotta go wake up and have a snow day with the kids. We can go sledding, man. We can, I mean, people want to talk about all the stuff in the world that's going on, the politics and the religion and blah, blah, all this stuff. And it's like, when you ride a sled down the icy slope, just everything just disappears. It is bliss. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I like chatting and whatever online and whatever, but like, do y'all remember the early days of like online chats and stuff? It was the Wild West, man. Like, I don't wish the early days of the internet and trying to navigate that on anyone. I mean, we're just now we get to actually like, you know, there's all these filters. I'm sure there's like things filtering out bad comments and all sorts of stuff from this. But that's interesting. I went to a Catholic funeral a few weeks back. I enjoyed it. I don't know. It was different. Like I'd never been to a Catholic funeral before. It was actually quite nice to have a little. I don't know. I felt like there was more reverence for the departed than in other services I've been to. Sorry, man. This is my office. This is where I got. This is the space I got. I'm under the roof. Yeah, the early days of the internet were insane. Yeah, Gaia. Dude, yeah, I think about that all the time. So I don't know if anyone else is familiar with wasn't there was the shutdown. It was like was it the service provider for the security software of the like all the major flight companies, so like Delta and British Airlines and whatever else, and it shut down because they released an update that they shouldn't have. They released it globally and they shouldn't have, and like all travel shut down for like I don't know what, like a day, and then a couple weeks, like just a few weeks back, all Verizon towers in my area went down, so there was no internet, and so people like I heard several stories of people like their car broke down, so they had to like their phones weren't working, so they had to like walk to the nearest house and ask for help. It was just like those kind of instances are like. Do I need to comment on? on do y'all play board games? So I have a lot of board games. I love playing board games. And I could go out or play board games. It'd be totally fine. Yeah. So with the habits thing, I think it was it. With some people, with some habits, it's 21 days. And that's all it takes. With other people, it's like with certain habits, it takes 90 days. And the world would be totally different. We would adjust overnight almost. I think. Yeah. So have you ever been on? Get on the website boardgamegeek.com. I think is what it's called. And you'll feel like you'll be like, yo, if you're into like fun niche kind of game stuff, you're gonna be like, whoa, these are my people. Because it's like it's an old school website, so like looks like a website from the it looks like a website from the like early 2000s probably. And you're like, oh man. I don't use anything that smells. So I'm kind of weird. A little hippie in that regard. I don't trash bags, no smell, don't use anything with fragrances at all because it gives me headaches. You guys' conversation is so far beyond me. I don't understand. I need to go get some coffee. I'm almost out. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I saw meth, and I'm just like, meth, what? Yeah, Jerry Springer. R.I.P. I probably gotta go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, I gotta go, guys.
What?
Y'all have a good morning, night, whatever. I'll see you tomorrow.
It's gonna snow today.
It's gonna snow today?
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't.
Y'all have fun. I'll see you.
Okay.